Chapter 22-26. Boom! A powerful ray of light shone on the fifth hall master. From this moment on, he would become the second most powerful person in the entire Overwave City and the Secret Realm. The first person was, of course, Xianxia. Master, I'll leave the matter of the 500 guardian disciples to you. Xianxia smiled as he looked at the fifth hall master. In reality, this was equivalent to handing over the entire Overwave City to him. Because Xianxia would leave sooner or later, and now that the ancient sword intent had submitted, as long as Xianxia swept through the MO pavilion, he would probably directly leave. Alright, I know what to do. Just a moment ago, the fifth hall master had received all the information regarding the secret realm. It could even be said that he knew more about the secret realm than Xianxia. After that, Xianxia rewarded the pavilion master of Lingxian Pavilion, the pavilion master of Bailu, and 2 other experts as guardian elders. Although it was only 5 people, the upper echelons of Overwave City were officially established. While Xianxia was busy, Mo Shanggu did not stop either. At this moment, a disciple's voice came from outside the door. Report. City Lord, the front line has reported that Mo Shanggu has sent out a large army and is heading straight for Overwave City. Xianxia nodded, looked at the crowd, and said, Alright, that's all for today. You can slowly explore the benefits of the secret realm in the future. Come with me to fight. Yes, City Lord. When Xianxia led the crowd to the top of the city, they knew that Mo Shanggu was preparing for an all-out war this time. Mo Shangji's people could not wait any longer after the secret realm was born. The Annihilation Organization completely controlled Mo Shangji's first hall. Wasn't their goal to gradually devour the entire 100 territories? But now, there was a power that could contend with Mo Shanggu in the 100 territories. This was not something the Annihilation Organization wanted to see, so they came to destroy Overwave City in one fell swoop. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that Overwave City had just been established to catch Overwave City unprepared. However, was it wise to attack now? Looking at the valiant army that numbered in the tens of thousands, all the people in Overwave City were rubbing their hands in anticipation. One had to know that quite a number of people had already obtained benefits. Moreover, it was impossible for everyone to enter the secret realm. Now was the best time to kill the enemy and gain merit. Who didn't want to increase their cultivation? Who didn't want to become an expert? In that case, if they didn't contribute, how could they obtain more resources? Although Overwave City was just a city, and the rules had yet to be set, rewards for meritorious deeds would always exist. Furthermore, this battle might decide the distribution of power in Overwave City. Who didn't want to kill the enemy and gain merit? Most likely, Mo Shanggu would never have thought that the time they chose was actually the worst time. You're Xianxia. An old man stood proudly in the air and asked Xianxia calmly. Ding. System notification. Target is at upper rank 7 True God stage. Upper grade 7 True God. Xianxia frowned. This guy probably wasn't from Mo Shanggu, because even the pavilion master of Mo Shanggu didn't have such a high cultivation level. It could be said that this guy had the ability to casually crush Xianxia to death. In that case, if he wasn't from Mo Shanggu, he could only be from the Annihilation Organization. I am Xianxia. Xianxia replied as he observed carefully. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low. No matter how hard he observed, he couldn't detect any abnormalities. Good for you, Xianxia. It's fine if you betray the sect, but you actually dare to lead a mob to go against the sect. Do you know your crime? That person's voice became louder. When he said those words, it was filled with unparalleled authority, as if he wanted to intimidate Xianxia. Unfortunately, Xianxia wasn't someone who would admit defeat so easily. So what if he was at True God stage? Even if Xianxia was like an ant in front of him, so what? Strength didn't represent courage. You say that I betrayed the sect? Are you saying that you, Mo Shanggu? Unfortunately, I have never seen Mo Shanggu as my sect. My sect is only the 5th hall. Xianxia said calmly. His tone revealed his disdain for Mo Shanggu. Yes, disdain. In Xianxia's heart from the beginning, whether it was joining Mo Shangji's training camp or going to Mo Shanggu, the main reason was to investigate the mastermind behind Mo Shanggu. In that case, how could he say that he saw Mo Shanggu as his sect? How dare you? How dare you be so presumptuous when you betray your own sect? Yi Xian, this old man will give you a chance. Disband Overwave City immediately, and I can forgive you for your previous sins. Otherwise what? You want me to die again, right? If you want me, Yi Xian, dead, then come at me if you have the ability. Humph, isn't it just annihilation? I want to see what kind of ability you have. Boom. Yi Xian's words caused some people to stiffen. Annihilation. It's actually the Annihilation Organization. That legendary, extraordinary existence that had thrown the God dimension into chaos during the ancient times. That culprit that caused chaos in the God dimension? Could it be that it's about to rise from the ashes again? Didn't they say that the Annihilation Organization was annihilated a long time ago? Why have they appeared again? Of course, the most shocked were those members of Mo Shanggu. They were members of the Annihilation Organization, but it could be said that the Annihilation Organization had kept an extremely low profile since the ancient times, and it was even to the extent that others had forgotten about them for a time. But why is a fellow at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm actually aware of their existence? Who exactly is this Yi Xian? Why does he know about them and even know that Mo Shanggu is under their control? In fact, only 5 true God realm experts in the entire Mo Shanggu were aware of this secret, and the others were utterly unaware of it. However, Yi Xian was aware of it, and he was aware of this shocking secret. Yi Xian decided everything with a single sentence. Since Yi Xian was aware of such a secret, then it represented that there was utterly no room for negotiation. All right, Yi Xian. Let me see how your motley crew will resist me. Today, I'll kill you first. Boom. That person attacked as soon as he spoke, and he directly attacked Yi Xian. Berserk energy erupted in an instant. It was the strength of a true God realm expert, and it was a strength that Yi Xian was absolutely incapable of defeating. However, Yi Xian just looked at him indifferently and didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Could it be that Yi Xian was scared silly? He's actually not dodging. Does he want to wait for death? No, of course not. How could Yi Xian possibly seek death? In fact, the system didn't even issue an alarm when that person attacked. Ancient sword intent. It was time for this fellow that had just been subdued by the secret realm to reveal its strength. Oh, a beast roar that shook the heavens resounded. Chapter 22-27. Not good. The person who attacked Yi Xian immediately retreated in fear. He knew that if he didn't leave, he would be crushed to death by the ancient sword intent. Hong! The entire earth was trembling, almost causing everyone to lose their footing. The ancient sword intent and its huge body appeared in everyone's eyes. You're all courting death. The ancient sword intent spoke. This fellow, after being transformed by the secret realm, actually developed intelligence and could speak. Although it was only a sentence of 4 words, these 4 words carried a boundless amount of pressure. Gogoksit caused the entire Mo Shanggu to panic. Peak upper grade true God realm. It was actually a peak upper grade true God realm. How could it be so strong? In a mere Mo Shanggu, a small world that was once looked down upon by the outside world, there were actually so many true God realm experts. Mo Shangji's side was originally a hidden expert of the Annihilation Organization. This was understandable. However, a mere Overwave City actually had a true God realm expert. Moreover, it was a peak upper grade true God realm superexistence. This was incomprehensible. This was a superexistence that was only a step away from becoming a Master God. Master God was the general name of the 5 realms of God. The first realm was God Monarch, also known as Master God Monarch. Panic spread among the Mo Shangji's disciples. After all, the Mo Shanggu alliance was formed by various factions. Similarly, there were also people with ulterior motives. So strong, we can't win. Someone escaped. Under the eyes of the Overwave City crowd, there was actually a small faction with a few hundred people escaping from the edge of the Mo Shanggu alliance. A bunch of gutless rats with just this bit of guts, you dare to challenge my Overwave City? Someone laughed loudly. It was a pity that they didn't consider that if there wasn't Yixian, the Overwave City Alliance would have been defeated long ago. Damn it, those who flee in the face of battle, kill without mercy. Suddenly, a voice exploded from the Mo Shanggu camp, following which, thousands of people moved out, surrounding and killing those who were escaping. What are you all waiting for? Suddenly, another voice rang out. However, this time, it was directed at the Overwave City side. Everyone was baffled, not knowing what that person meant. However, the crowd soon found out. Within Overwave City, more than 3,000 people actually started to wreak havoc at the same time. Mo Shanggu had already sent out spies. A fellow at the high-rank domain enlightened spirit god realm suddenly pounced at Yixian. Just by looking at those scarlet eyes, it was obvious that this guy wanted to perish together with Yixian. Damn it! Stop him! Protect the city master! Overwave City was in a state of panic. Who would have thought that Yixian would be surrounded by assassins arranged by Mo Shanggu? However, Yixian did not show the slightest hint of fear. On the contrary, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yixian slowly raised his hand and softly spat out a word. Die. The 6 syllables were activated. In an instant, the person who was pouncing at Yixian a moment ago actually died instantly. With the support of the secret realm, Yixian was actually able to use the 6 syllables to kill an enemy who was at a higher level than him. The secret realm's protective restrictions have been activated. Kill all traitors without mercy. Yixian's voice sounded again. It was as calm as before, as if he didn't care about those 3,000 traitors at all. In fact, Yixian really didn't need to care about them. Rays of light suddenly condensed in the sky. It was sword light. Yes, it was sword light. The entire sky seemed to be covered by sword light. Tens of thousands of sword lights rained down on those traitors. This was Overwave City, where the secret realm was located. Do you think you can cause internal strife here with just 3,000 people? It was far from enough. All hail the city master. A deafening roar erupted from Overwave City. Do you see that? This is Overwave City. Don't you think you're dreaming if you want to cause internal strife in Overwave City? Wei Zhentian go. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and flew out. Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. Yixian casually summoned the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. The Eternal Bloodline was a mutation, so it didn't cover the original bloodline. Naturally, the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant still existed. God-grade mounts. Kill them. In an instant, 1,000 God-grade mounts appeared, following the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant and Wei Zhentian as they launched the first wave of attacks. Thousand Beasts Feast kill. Yixian waved his hand and actually gave the order to attack. Kill. For Overwave City. Long live the city master. In an instant, countless people rushed out from the walls of Overwave City and launched an attack in the direction of Mo Shanggu's camp. Although there was also internal strife, Overwave City was directly suppressed by the secret realm's restrictions. Moreover, those who started the internal strife were spies in hiding. On the other hand, Mo Shanggu's side used force to kill. Thus, it was clear who was faster and who was slower. At this moment, Mo Shanggu's army hadn't even completely quelled the internal strife. The assault from Overwave City was overwhelming. In the sky and on the ground, countless people were shouting slogans as they charged towards Mo Shanggu's army. And what was charging at the very front was the ancient sword intent. Mo Shanggu's men shouldn't have started a battle with Overwave City's army near Overwave City. This place was supported by the secret realm, so they were simply courting death. The battle was about to erupt, and a bloody massacre was about to begin. So what if they were gods? With their divine spark shattered, they would still die. Mo Shanggu's army, which was originally still in the midst of internal strife, was already in a state of chaos upon contact. After a while, they were routed. Helpless, the 5 true god experts could only announce a retreat. They possessed formidable strength, but what could they do? Overwave City also had the existence of the ancient sword will. After leaving behind thousands of corpses, Mo Shanggu's men hurriedly retreated. Don't chase, come back. Yixian said indifferently. Because Yixian was very clear that within Overwave City, with the support of the restrictions, the people of Overwave City could still gain some advantages. But if they were to chase out of the area, this great victory would turn into a crushing defeat. Even though Overwave City seemed to have the upper hand, in terms of true strength, they were still far from Xianxia's. Perhaps they had enough strength to defend, but it wasn't so simple to attack. After the battle ended, Overwave City continued to be immersed in joy. How could they defeat Xianxia? Yi Xian couldn't help but consider this question. After the failure of the first attack, Xianxia's men seemed to have learned their lesson and wouldn't enter the area covered by Overwave City's secret realm. Yi Xian also tried to send men to launch a sneak attack. However, both operations ended in failure. After all, if they were to leave the area covered by Overwave City's secret realm, then the difference in strength between the people of Overwave City would be too great. Yi Xian sat alone in the City Lord Manor, his mind constantly thinking. Chapter 22-28. After obtaining Luo Luo's whereabouts, Yi Xian only wanted to quickly resolve the matter here and then go out to train so that he could find Luo Luo as soon as possible. Gogox, it seems that this is the only way. Yi Xian thought for a long time, but could only think of one feasible way to wear them down. That was the daredevil operation. Whether it was the divine rank mount or the 100 flower gods summoned by the flower god sword servants, they all had the ability to revive indefinitely. As long as the cooldown was over, they could be summoned again. Yi Xian's daredevil operation was specially designed with this in mind. Yi Xian was prepared to use the divine rank mount and the 100 flower god to wear down Xianxia's strength. Of course, it was unavoidable that it would be accompanied by restrictions. System, begin a large number of powerful offensive restrictions. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. A large number of restrictions require a large amount of resources. Host currently does not have enough resources and cannot use them. Did he not have enough resources? Yi Xian frowned. Indeed, he had long since run out of resources. Then, let's open the mystic realm. Girl, go find my master. Yes, master. Fian had always been by Yi Xian's side. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, she quickly went to find the 5th palace master. Yi Xian did not waste any time. After a discussion with the 5th palace master, he opened the mystic realm trial. Of course, Yi Xian himself was not very interested in this mystic realm. What he was interested in was that after these people entered the mystic realm, they would give him 1/10 of the resources. While Xianxia's men were besieging Overwave City, the mystic realm had opened inside the city. One by one, disciples entered the mystic realm from the high tower, which had been renamed the Mystic Realm Tower, and continuously improved their strength. As for these disciples, they also brought a large amount of resources to Yi Xian. However, it was a pity that most of these resources were not special. Of course, Yi Xian did not need any special resources. One by one, restrictions were quickly set up. Yi Xian would not use them immediately, but would store them up. If Yi Xian was preparing, then how could Xianxia not be preparing as well? What Yi Xian didn't know was that Xianxia was also hastening their plans to summon the ancient demon god. Using 990,000 totem beasts as a sacrifice to awaken this powerful Yao god was Xianxia's greatest goal and also the value of his existence. They had never given up. However, because of the appearance of Overwave City, Xianxia also gave up on his previous low-key collection and changed to wantonly plundering. Those sorrowful forces who thought that they could avoid being involved in the war by remaining neutral could be considered to be in big trouble. As long as one possessed a devouring beast, they would be plundered by Xianxia. It was one thing to rob the devouring beasts, but Xianxia was even better at killing people. Cities were destroyed one by one because they had something that Xianxia wanted. Of course, Xianxia's brutality had undoubtedly caused those neutral powers to choose to join Overwave City. To Overwave City, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Outside of Overwave City, dozens of new cities had already been built. However, Overwave City simply couldn't accommodate so many newcomers. Yi Xian didn't care about this, and he didn't have the energy to do so either. If Yi Xian had to do everything himself, Yi Xian wouldn't have the energy to do so. There were constantly people from Overwave City entering the mystic realm to search for treasures and to train. To them, it was a huge benefit, but to Yi Xian, it was also a huge benefit. In fact, the existence of secret realms was a consumable item. This was because the growth of the resources inside required time. Fortunately, Yi Xian's secret realm had just been established, so the resources inside could be considered to be relatively abundant. Besides, even if one entered the mystic realm and didn't ask for resources, just the tenfold cultivation speed was enough to make people go crazy. Yi Xian couldn't possibly restrict it now because he needed a huge amount of resources and because he needed to refine a large number of seals. Perhaps in the future, there would be restrictions on entering the mystic realm, but at least not now. At this time, countless resources were being refined into seals by Yi Xian. And these seals, every time the cooldown of the divine grade mount and the 100 flower god was up, they would immediately be equipped on them and they would rush out. Outside Overwave City, there was a strange scene. Every day, a group of divine beasts would rush out of Overwave City. Most of these divine beasts weren't of a high cultivation level, but they were equipped with small seals. These divine beasts would madly rush into Mo Shangji's camp and kill to their heart's content. When they were suppressed, they would choose to self-destruct. And this kind of madness brought about a large number of casualties to Mo Shangji's ordinary disciples, so much so that many ordinary disciples would calculate the time. Before those divine beasts appeared, they would be very careful and wouldn't even dare to rest for a moment. But when the divine beasts went crazy, they would start moving again. This scene played out every single day. In the beginning, Mo Shanggu would still launch a vengeful attack on Overwave City, but unfortunately, guarding him in the mystic realm was a futile effort. So, they could only wait for their reinforcements. After the first battle ended, Mo Shanggu already dispatched 2 true God Realm powerhouses to escort that mysterious magic treasure. While Overwave City was preparing, Mo Shanggu was also preparing. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. 3 years of confrontation was nothing in the realm of the gods. It could be said that it was an insignificant amount of time. However, on this day, Mo Shanggu had finally finished his preparations. Reviving the ancient demon god was naturally not an easy matter, but that secret treasure had arrived. This was a treasure that was extremely large, and it couldn't even be transported using a Qian ring. Just this point alone was enough to show how special it was. Not good, it's the ancient sky-shattering hammer. Mo Shanggu, how could there be such a treasure? This is a treasure that is only used in the Master God battle. Where did they get it? The moment they saw that treasure, all the experts in Overwave City were terrified. Looking at that treasure, Pavilion Master Ling Xian let out a wail. Ancient sky-shattering hammer? What was that? When Yi Xian heard Pavilion Master Ling Xian's words, he was also surprised. System detect that thing. I want to see what it is. Ding. System detecting, collecting data. Ding. System notification, target set, small ancient sky-shattering hammer. This is a special strategic treasure invented by the ancient Almighty. This treasure requires a true God expert to lead 100 profound God experts to control. It can combine the powers of the true God and the 100 profound God experts to attack at once. Ding! System notification, please take note. This treasure can break through the double protection of the mystic realm and the mystic realm. What? Chapter 22-29. This thing was actually capable of destroying the dual protection of the invincible restriction and the secret realm. In other words, it was simply a treasure for sieging a city. Gogok Yi Xian gritted his teeth as he looked at the disciple who was busy with the ancient heaven-shattering hammer. He loudly roared, Pavilion Master Ling Xian, immediately choose 1,000 men to die and destroy the ancient heaven-shattering hammer for me. It could be said that this was a mission of no return. 1,000 men had to charge into Mo Shangji's camp, break through Mo Shangji's line of defense, and then destroy the ancient hammer. This was simply an impossible mission. However, everyone knew that if they didn't do this, then the entire Overwave City would suffer calamity. Listen well. I'll definitely reward those who are able to return alive from this mission. At the same time, I'll revive all of you once. So, all of you can do as you please. After the death squad was assembled, Yi Xian spoke to all of them. It could be said that even amongst these death squads, many of them held despair in their hearts. However, Yi Xian had given them new courage and a goal to strive towards. The city lord might possess the ability to revive them. In other words, they might not necessarily die. Moreover, once they returned, then the city lord would definitely reward them handsomely. All of them were excited when they heard Yi Xian, and they had a new opinion of this death mission. This was an opportunity. Once they performed meritorious service, then Yi Xian would absolutely not treat them unfairly. It could be said that the death squad formed this time was the elites of Overwave City. There were over 300 domain enlightened spirit gods, 17 profound gods, and the rest were all high-level heavenly gods. This was the strongest group that Yi Xian could produce. Of course, it didn't mean that this group was the strongest in Overwave City. However, they had to stay behind to defend the city. So, this group could be considered to be the strongest elite that Overwave City could gather. Yi Xian stood on the city walls while the death squad members behind him were prepared to charge. Of course, how could Emo Shangji's side not be on guard? In fact, they'd set up 3 lines of defense, and there were even 3 true God Realm experts personally holding down the fort. Kill them. 1,000 Beast Sword Servants. God of Flowers Sword Servants. Charge. With a loud boom, Yi Xian's army of divine rank mounts set off once more. As for Emo Shangji's side, when they saw these divine beasts, they decisively retreated from the front line. Because they knew that these divine beasts were simply here to die. If they wanted to fight, these divine beasts would directly self-destruct and bring them down with them. Damn it. Overwave City is actually playing this trick again. Attack from afar, don't engage in close combat. Yi Xian's long-time harassment tactics had an unexpected effect at this time. Emo Shanga had actually chosen to give up on the first line of defense. Suicide Squad. Charge. The doors opened again. Under the leadership of Pavilion Master Ling Xian, 1,000 suicide squads charged out fearlessly. Not good, damn it, they have reinforcements this time. Quick, return to the defensive line. Unfortunately, it was too late to return to the defensive line now. Activate the restriction. With a loud boom, all kinds of dazzling restrictive spells were launched instantly in the sky. Fire dragons danced in the sky, chi swords crisscrossed. In an instant, they covered Emo Shangji's entire defensive line. A few Emo Shanggu disciples who had obeyed orders to advance were unquestionably killed. And those who had luckily escaped did not have it easy either, because the Divine Beast army had already arrived. The first line of defense collapsed. The second line of defense collapsed. However, this was all the Divine Beast army could do. No matter what, they could not break through the third line of defense. But at this time, the Suicide Squad had already arrived, and similarly used restrictive spells to open a path. With Yi Xian around, as long as there were enough resources, the restrictive spells were basically limitless. Of course, even such small-scale restrictive spells could not be deployed on a large scale. In fact, the small-scale restrictive spells that the Suicide Squad had brought with them were Yi Xian's most sophisticated and powerful restrictive spells. The third line of defense, broken. It was broken through without any suspense. Under the earth-shattering attacks, no one was willing to rush to their deaths, so it was destined that they would not be able to hold on. Damn it, stop them for me and protect the ancient sky-shattering hammer. Emo Shangji's 5 true god powerhouses had already moved out. Unfortunately, the Suicide Squad knew that Yi Xian would revive them, so their attacks were abnormally crazy. In fact, many people directly chose to self-destruct in order to open a path for the enemy behind them, who could withstand self-destruction as a means of attack. Even those true god powerhouses did not dare to face it head-on. Charge, all of you, charge in with me. Ling Xian Pavilion Master rushed to the front, constantly shouting. Beside him, Ling Xian Pavilion's disciples fell one by one. However, he did not even look at Yi Wushuang. In his eyes, there was only that ancient sky-shattering hammer. Closer, closer, even closer. Self-destruction attack. Ling Xian Pavilion Master roared and directly led the group toward the ancient sky-shattering hammer. As long as there was a breath left, as long as they could still charge forward, the Suicide Squad would not stop in their tracks. Boom! When the first self-destruction sounded, as if it had been agreed upon, self-destruction occurred continuously. That huge ancient sky-shattering hammer was a powerful treasure that Mo Shangge had obtained from God knows where. It did not even have time to launch a single attack before it was destroyed by the crazy Suicide Squad. It's time! Yi Xian looked at the battlefield in front of him. The moment the ancient sky-shattering hammer was destroyed, he also launched his own attack. System, gather all the resources. I want to revive those people. 6-syllable mantra, life. Following Yi Xian's voice, a mysterious power suddenly erupted. One by one, the Suicide Squad members who had clearly been killed or self-destructed miraculously came back to life. After these people came back to life, they did not even look at Yi Xian as they frantically fled toward Overwave City. At this moment, the ancient sword intent and the Fifth Hall Master had already brought people to the edge of the secret realm to wait for them. After destroying the ancient sky-shattering hammer, how could Mo Shangge let the Suicide Squad escape so easily? At this moment, without the self-destruction attack, the 5 true God experts were simply like wolves in a flock of sheep as they wantonly slaughtered the Suicide Squad of Overwave City. However, even if they killed all these people, it was impossible to repair the sky-shattering hammer. Flee! Flee for their lives. No one would even look back. The mission was completed. As long as they could escape, it was a victory. Unfortunately, even so, less than 200 of the 1,000 Suicide Squad members managed to escape. The heavenly gods were completely annihilated, and more than half of the spiritual gods were killed. Even the profound god experts, who had gone out with 17 people, only returned with 11 people. Fortunately, Ling Xian Pavilion Master did not die. This was an extremely miserable victory, but it was also a fatal blow to Mo Shangge. Chapter 2230. Yi Xian looked at the people who came back alive. He promised these people that he would reward them, so he would not go back on his word. Gogox, but now Yi Xian was completely helpless. Resources were still resources. Yi Xian's resources had long been used up when reviving these people. I promised you that I would reward you, so I will do as I say. Rest well. In a month, I will fulfill my promise. A month was enough for Yi Xian to accumulate some resources, but it was far from enough. It could be said that Yi Xian's best reward was to directly bestow realms or treasures to these people with eternal bestowments. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have any eternal points now. Therefore, Yi Xian could only use resources to exchange for some treasures from the system. Although Yi Xian was the city lord of Overwave City, in reality, Overwave City was also very poor. Therefore, resources were always insufficient. Everything was resources. Yi Xian was too lacking in resources. It could be said that during this period, Yi Xian's brows were tightly knitted. He did not even increase his realm at all because all the resources were used by Yi Xian in other places, leaving him with no resources to devour. Although he had previously planted heaven and earth treasures in the devouring space, the heaven and earth treasures of the God realm did not need time to grow. They needed a specific environment. The devouring space's 50,000 years was almost useless. Moreover, after reaching the God realm, it was very difficult to break through purely through cultivation. It required the cooperation of heaven and earth treasures. Therefore, resources were very important. Young Master, Pavilion Master Ling Xian requests an audience. On this day, Yi Xian was still worrying about resources, but he did not expect Fian to shout at him from outside. Let him in. Pavilion Master Ling Xian could be said to have paid a huge price in the previous suicide mission. Among the 1,000 people, there were nearly 600 people from Ling Xian Pavilion. However, less than 30 people had returned. You're looking for me? Yi Xian looked at Pavilion Master Ling Xian and asked calmly. Yes, Lord Celestial Emperor. This lowly one is here to give you something that belongs to you. What belongs to me? What is it? Yi Xian looked at Pavilion Master Ling Xian in confusion. He didn't know what Pavilion Master Ling Xian was going to give him. Lord Divine Emperor, this is the item. This item is the treasure map of the Divine Emperor's secret treasure vault that the 5 divisions of the Ancient Era E clan are in charge of. My fire division has 1 piece of it. Alright, I'll take it. The Primordial God Emperor's secret treasure vault? Perhaps it was something good. Unfortunately, Yi Xian just casually accepted it. Because this thing couldn't help Yi Xian in the slightest. Yi Xian paused for a moment, only to discover that Pavilion Master Ling Xian still hadn't left. Puzzled, he asked him, "Is there something else?" "Yes, Lord Divine Lord, I know from Lord Fian that you are worried about resources. Perhaps I can help you." You mean resources?" "Yes, Lord Divine Lord. My fire division is an Ancient Era E clan after all. Naturally, we have accumulated a lot of resources." "How much? What are they?" "What I need are natural treasures. Ordinary items are of no use to me." Yi Xian looked at Pavilion Master Ling Xian and asked, "Lord, you can take a look for yourself. I think that these items might be of help to you." Pavilion Master Ling Xian handed a rather peculiar interspatial ring to Yi Xian. This was the accumulation of the fire division. It could be said that it contained almost all of the fire division's assets. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring, scanned it with his divine consciousness, and immediately fell into ecstasy. It was indeed a good item. Not only did it contain some special resources, but it also contained a vast amount of ordinary resources. With so many things, it could be said that to Yi Xian, it was undoubtedly sending charcoal in the snow. At least for a short period of time, Yi Xian finally didn't have to worry about resources. With resources, Yi Xian could finally splurge. He had promised those surviving members that he would reward them. And now it was time. "System, I want to use resources to exchange for Dharma treasures." When he first entered the realm of the gods, the system had already activated a function similar to a store. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had always been poor. And now, Yi Xian was using the store to exchange for items for others. Did this count as disbelief? These people had risked their lives to complete Yi Xian's mission, so Yi Xian definitely wouldn't treat them badly. Only then would people be willing to die for Yi Xian no matter what he asked them to do in the future. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian directly prepared an offensive Dharma treasure and a defensive Dharma treasure for each of them. In addition, he also prepared an elixir that could increase one's cultivation level. As Yi Xian expected, when his rewards were distributed, it immediately caused a sensation in the entire Overwave city. No one cared about why Yi Xian could take out so many good things. What they cared about was what Yi Xian took out. In the eyes of the entire Overwave city's people, Yi Xian was already omnipotent. They wouldn't judge Yi Xian's strength based on Yi Xian's cultivation level. Of course, since Yi Xian gave the items to the Death Squad, he wouldn't treat himself badly. "This time, I'm going to break through to the Mystic God realm in one go." Yi Xian had enough resources now, so naturally, he was also very confident. However, he still underestimated the consumption of resources. That's right, Yi Xian had leveled up. He directly swallowed countless resources in one go. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already advanced to the Mystic God realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level 1 Mystic God realm. Ding! System notification. This level up consumed 1/3 of host's resources. In addition to the consumption of treasures from the system and the resources sent by the fire division, Yi Xian had used up 2/3 of his resources in one day. If Yi Xian hadn't deliberately controlled himself and left enough reserves for the upcoming battle, he might have already used up all of them. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host has broken through to the Mystic God realm. In the future, the consumption of resources required for leveling up will be doubled. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host has broken through to the Mystic God realm. The Ancient God Emperor's inheritance has been unlocked again. The Ancient God Emperor's inheritance has been unlocked again? This time, Yi Xian had at least reached the Mystic God realm. Who knew if the Ancient God Emperor's inheritance would leave anything useful for Yi Xian? System, check if there's anything useful in the unlocked Ancient God Emperor's inheritance this time. Ding! Searching for information. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a special item, Ancient Species Encyclopedia. The system has automatically completed synchronization. Ding! System notification. From now on, the system will be able to provide host with information on most of the divine beasts, races, and other aspects of the divine realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a special item, Ancient God Emperor's 72 Master Gods Realm Map Encyclopedia. Ding! System notification. From now on, the system will be able to provide host with comprehensive map guidance in the Ancient God Emperor's 72 Master Gods Realm Map Encyclopedia. The Ancient God Emperor's encyclopedia and map were considered good things, but what use were they now? Chapter 2231. The issue of resources was undoubtedly a huge problem for Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian could indeed grow godly herbs in his devouring space. However, the resources that Yi Xian needed were not only limited to godly herbs, but also many other resources. Godly herbs were not like immortal herbs and spirit herbs. Many godly herbs not only required a special environment, but also a special amount of divine power. Therefore, Yi Xian could only grow a small portion of them in his devouring space. As for the rest, he could not grow them in his devouring space. As for other resources, such as magic treasures, they could not be grown in his devouring space. Perhaps Yi Xian could modify his devouring space in the future to make it more suitable for growing. However, he could not do so now. Besides the issue of resources, there was also the issue of Mo Shanggu. In fact, Yi Xian could just wash his hands of it and let Mo Shanggu take over the small Mo Shanggu and allow annihilation to control it. For Yi Xian, it would not affect him much. He could continue to search for Luo Luo and complete his mission. However, Yi Xian could not do so. Since he had come to the realm of the gods, he had to descend here. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Yi Xian would not leave him alone. Now that he had the resources, there were many things that Yi Xian could do. It was time to solve the problem of Mo Shanggu. Yi Xian could not deal with the 5 true gods at the moment. However, if he could deal with those ants, it would be a good thing for Yi Xian. System, I need to create a more powerful offensive seal. Do you have any good suggestions? Ding! System notification. According to the host's request, the system has given 3 options. Please decide for yourself. Ding! Option 1. The host can create a special summoning seal, the Gate of Demonic Fate. Once this seal is activated, it will open a portal to a mysterious place and summon the demon god to assist in battle. Ding! System notification. This seal can summon the powerful demon god, but it is not easy to control. Ding! The second option is that the host can refine the order destruction restriction. This restriction possesses extremely powerful single-target offensive abilities. It can practically insta-kill any target below the level of Overgod. Ding! System notification. The order destruction seal can only be used 3 times. And it requires a lot of resources. Ding! Choice 3. Host can refine the Divine Sword Valley restriction. This restriction can summon countless Divine Sword Phantoms from the Divine Sword Valley to attack the enemy. According to host's resources, it can continue to fight. Ding! System notification. Once the restriction of the Valley of Divine Swords is activated, the host needs to use divine power or resources to maintain it. Yi Xian looked at the 3 choices and frowned slightly. It could be said that none of the 3 choices were what Yi Xian wanted the most. System, is there no other choice? Ding! System notification. The host's current level is not high enough to craft a more powerful restriction. As for the restriction that is not powerful enough, it is not recommended that the host use it. So that's how it is. It seems that my cultivation level is now the main reason why I can't refine restrictions. 3 choices? Alright, then I'll choose one out of the 3. Yi Xian eliminated the first option to summon the demon race gods because Yi Xian wasn't confident that he could summon them and send them away. As for the most powerful restriction, the Order Destruction Seal, Yi Xian couldn't use it either. After all, it could only be used 3 times. Even if Yi Xian successfully killed Mo Shangji's 3 true god experts, it wouldn't affect the overall situation much. Thus, Yi Xian only had one choice, the Divine Sword Valley. System, begin refining the Divine Sword Valley restriction. Ding! System notification. This refinement will take 7 days and will require half of the host's resources. Will the host confirm? Confirm. Half of the resources? As long as he could eliminate Mo Shango, Yi Xian didn't care. Even if Yi Xian was lacking in resources, in reality, if he didn't use them, how could he have them? Yi Xian wasn't a miser. He wanted resources, but it didn't mean that he would be a miser. 7 days. Then Yi Xian would wait for 7 days. At this moment, behind Mo Shango, they had started plundering the totem beasts again. Now, they had placed all their hopes on summoning the ancient demon god. Thus, their speed was much faster. In reality, Mo Shango had already gathered as many as 900,000 totem beasts. In other words, they were only 90,000 totem beasts away from their plan. At this moment, there were as many as 80,000 totem beasts being transported over from other places. It could be said that both sides were nervously preparing. While Yi Xian was refining the restrictions, he also gave the order to prepare for war. The entire Overwave city had been mobilized. No matter what cultivation level they were at, they were all nervously preparing. Everyone knew that this was going to be an unprecedented battle, a battle that would decide the fate of Overwave city. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Yi Xian looked at the super restriction that was formed from 660 formation flags that he'd refined, Yi Xian's heart became much calmer. The final battle. Now it was about to begin. Yi Xian stood on the roof of the city lord's mansion, looking at the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered below him. His face was expressionless. These tens of thousands of people were the elite forces of Overwave City. These tens of thousands of people were all heavenly gods and above. As for the true gods, they wouldn't be able to do anything in this battle. Everyone, I don't want to say anything unnecessary. I'm sure everyone knows why we are fighting. If you don't want to become Mo Shangji's puppet, then pick up your weapons and fight to the death. The enemy is very strong, there is no doubt about that. Mo Shango has a lot of resources. They have 5 true gods and their average cultivation level is higher than ours. But so what? We, Overwave City, will never surrender. You should know what Mo Shango has done to Mo Shangji's territory. Mo Shangji's territory is our territory, it's our home. Let's fight together, let's fight to the death. Yi Xian raised his hand high up into the air, clenched his fist and loudly roared, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" Tens of thousands of people, not hundreds of thousands of people, were shouting loudly. All the people who were above the true god realm had come. This time, Overwave City had brought out its full strength for this battle. True gods might not be able to play a big role in the frontal battle, but they would still act as reserves and flanks. Further away, countless mortals were watching. Their fates were in the hands of the soldiers. They didn't even have the right to participate in the battle because they were too weak. Let's go! Chapter 2232. How could Mo Shango not see the actions of Overwave City? Gogox at this moment, Mo Shangji's pavilion lord looked at the army of Overwave City with disdain and said indifferently, "These ants are courting death. If they hide in the city, they might be able to live for a few more days. But since they want to die, then let's grant them their wish." Just a motley crew. What can they do other than outnumbering us? If they want to fight us, they're just courting death. This time, we'll kill them all. The one who spoke was also a true immortal realm expert. He wore a mysterious mask on his face, making it hard for others to see his face clearly. Almost everyone called him Masked Venerable, because no one knew his name and no one knew his face. Masked, don't underestimate them. They still have some tricks up their sleeves. The resurrection divine ability they displayed last time was definitely not ordinary. This person was called Huan Tian, and he specialized in the illusion divine ability. Huan Tian, you don't have to belittle yourself. The organization sent us here because they trust us. But we didn't expect that after hundreds of thousands of years, when the ancient demonic god was about to be resurrected, someone would jump out to court death. This person was the strongest among the 5. No one knew his name, and everyone was used to calling him boss. Boss, give the order. Let me rush up and kill those bastards. The smell of blood, I like the smell of blood. The stronger the blood, the more excited I am. Ha, that true immortal realm divine beast and that true immortal realm expert, I want to rip off their heads and drink their blood. Massacre War God, that was his title. However, the people of Mo Shanggu preferred to call him Massacre War God. Massacre, your mission is to watch that Yi Xian closely. That kid is not simple. His cultivation realm is obviously low, but he can manage Overwave City so well. We can't ignore him. Alright, Mo Shanggu, go and gather your disciples. Since the people of Overwave City want to die, then we don't need to be polite. Boss had spoken. There was no need for any pre-battle mobilization because Mo Shanggu didn't need it. The disciples of Mo Shanggu began to gather. Both sides looked at each other from afar. It could be said that at such a distance, even a true god could easily attack. However, no one made the first move. The boss stood up and looked at the people from Overwave City. Then, he said calmly, "Ants, you still have a choice. Submit or die." Contempt. This was the contempt of Ci Guogua. Perhaps in his eyes, the people of Overwave City were not even worth mentioning. Yi Xian also stood out. Since this true god realm expert took the initiative to speak, then Yi Xian believed that he wouldn't launch a sneak attack. Humph, you want us to submit? In that case, bring it on. Yo, brat, you must be that genius Yi Xian, right? I didn't see it, you're already a first-grade lower profound god. Your leveling speed is really fast, as expected of a monstrous genius. However, a mere first-grade profound god, what qualifications do you have to speak to me? Boom. All of a sudden, a strong force was felt. Like an invisible wave, it rushed towards Yi Xian. Ding, warning, warning, the host is under attack, the system automatically defends. Ding, crisis resolved. With just one sentence, not only did the system automatically defend, it even killed more than 10 guards beside Yi Xian. So strong. This person is so strong. The true God realm was indeed not something a profound God realm expert could challenge. Yi Xian looked at that person. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't suffer any injuries, but he was in a sorry state. Brat, since you're looking for death, I'll grant you your wish. Kill for me. The people of Mo Shanggu actually took the initiative to attack. Well, in their eyes, the people of Overwave City were just a bunch of motley crew. A black mass of people rushed towards Overwave City. These people were mainly close combat experts who mainly cultivated the body-tempering divine ability. Behind them, countless people had already activated their divine ability. All kinds of mysterious attacks were madly launched. Kill. Yi Xian also shouted. In an instant, the body-tempering deities of Overwave City also rushed out, and behind them, a light screen appeared. In the sky, energy crisscrossed, and there were cracks in the void constantly being torn apart and then quickly repaired. On the ground, the earth had been destroyed in an instant. The dozens of mountains around the battlefield had been razed to the ground when the first wave of attacks began. In the sky, fireballs, lightning, snowstorms, and all kinds of strange Dharma forms, divine beasts, and ghost mansion demon soldiers were constantly attacking. One by one, experts were shouting and fighting, and one by one, powerful figures fell in madness. The battle had directly entered a white-hot state from the beginning. Fian, activate the restriction. Yes, young master. Yi Xian knew that this was a battle to the death, so he was fully prepared. He wouldn't use his resources at the beginning. Under the leadership of Fian, more than 1,000 divine realm disciples and as many as 30,000 true god disciples gathered together and directly activated the restriction of the divine sword valley. Yi Xian was the core of the entire restriction, and also the controller. I'll let you have a taste of the power of the sword shadow. Yi Xian waved casually, and in the next moment, countless sword shadows condensed in the sky. These were the illusory projections of the divine swords in the divine sword valley. In an instant, they covered the entire sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sword rain rushed out, crossing the people who were fighting in the central area, and fell directly behind Mo Shanggu. Defend! One by one, the disciples of Mo Shanggu took out their defensive treasures. However, could they really defend against it? Boom! A divine sword fell to the ground, and a few disciples of Mo Shanggu were directly blown away. Although the treasures on their bodies were still protecting their bodies, the countless rays of sword light that followed directly broke through their defenses and tore their bodies apart. Boom! A sword light directly hit a disciple of Mo Shanggu. In an instant, that disciple was directly blown into meat paste and couldn't be more dead. Swords fell like rain. Yi Xian wanted this effect. What he wanted was a wave of suppression. From the beginning, Yi Xian never thought of activating this restriction a second time. One wave, only one wave to kill to their heart's content. Violent power erupted. Mo Shanggu paid a heavy price for their underestimation of the enemy. Hundreds of disciples died or were injured every second. In fact, once injured, it was equivalent to certain death. Because after being injured, it was even more impossible for them to defend. Under Yi Xian's control, the sword rain continuously fell on the crowd, reaping lives. Wherever there were more people, Yi Xian would attack there. Damn brat, you actually have such a method. Do you think that only you have a large-scale attack method? Myriad Mountain Seal, destroy for me. Chapter 2233. A strange magic treasure appeared in the masked man's hand. The magic treasure seemed like a fake mountain, but when the masked man threw it out, it instantly transformed into a mountain range. Moreover, countless figures appeared on the mountain range. Gogox, those people launched continuous attacks, and the entire mountain range directly descended towards the people of Overwave City. Boom! Countless people were crushed to death by the mountain range, and countless people were killed by the figures on the mountain range. So what if they were gods? Even powerful gods were so weak in the face of war. Destroy! All of you die. Another true God Realm super powerhouse made a move. Shockingly, it was that boss. Violent energy erupted from his body, and an invisible screen of light suddenly appeared. That screen of light was like a pot lid that directly covered a portion of Mo Shangji's disciples and a large number of Overwave City's disciples. Explode! Boom! In an instant, that powerful and mysterious ability actually self-destructed, and all the energy of the explosion squeezed towards the center. A huge mass of flesh was formed, and that mass of flesh was condensed from the corpses of countless Overwave City's disciples and a portion of Mo Shangji's disciples. Damn it! At the same time that Yi Xian was shocked, he also felt his heart bleed. These two waves of attacks had directly wiped out a corner of Overwave City's camp, and there were probably no less than 1,000 people that had been directly annihilated. Is this the strength of a true god? Are ordinary heavenly gods and domain-enlightened spirit gods really like ants before them? Die for me! Yi Xian suddenly activated the restrictions of the Divine Sword Valley, and a terrifying and huge divine sword appeared in the sky. This divine sword was probably 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide, and it emitted a terrifying aura. It was even to the extent that as soon as it appeared, cracks in the void around it constantly trembled. All of you die! Yi Xian waved his hand, and that terrifying divine sword directly descended. Rumble! The ground shattered, and within a radius of a few 100,000 meters, as long as one didn't dodge, not a single one was left alive. It was even to the extent that one couldn't find a corpse. Wei Zhentian, move out. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and directly rushed out. However, he wasn't there to fight. With Wei Zhentian's strength, he wouldn't be of much use even if he joined the battle. He was there to collect the interspatial rings. Yi Xian needed resources, and those scattered interspatial rings were the targets of Yi Xian's collection. In fact, Yi Xian had planned to do this from the very beginning. Those interspatial rings might have been sealed with restrictions, but they were useless against Yi Xian and the system. It would be hard for anyone to notice a divine sword shuttling through the battlefield. After all, the entire battlefield was filled with weapons and magic treasures. Who would pay attention to the movements of a divine sword? One by one, Wei Zhentian took the interspatial rings and delivered them to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not care about what was inside. He would turn it all into the power of the Divine Sword Valley's restriction and activate it to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Every time Yi Xian attacked, there would be a large number of casualties. Human lives were so fragile on the battlefield, even if they were gods. Damn it, that brat must die. Massacre, go, kill him for me. Alright, we'll definitely complete the mission. Yi Xian finally attracted the attention of the enemy. At this time, the massacre god of war directly rushed towards Yi Xian. In his hand, a mysterious magic treasure like a crescent moon kept reaping lives. However, he didn't care about these people at all. His target was Yi Xian. The ancient sword intent also rushed out. At this time, the ancient sword intent was the guardian divine beast of the secret realm. Although it was out of the range of the secret realm, it originally had the cultivation of the true immortal realm. Therefore, it was going to fight the massacre god of war. Humph, Pavilion Master Mozhang, go and support him. In an instant, Pavilion Master Mozhang also rushed towards Yi Xian. Disciple, I'll leave this place to you. A voice came from behind Yi Xian. It was the voice of the fifth hall master, Yi Xian's master. In fact, Yi Xian had been carefully protecting the fifth hall master. Although he didn't say it out loud, he still arranged for his master and mistress to be at the end of the mission. However, at this time, he was the only true immortal realm expert in Overwave City. If he didn't go, who else could? Therefore, the fifth hall master directly faced off against Pavilion Master Mozhang. I didn't expect that a mere Overwave City would have two true immortals. Mask, don't care about those ants. You go and support them too. The leader ordered again. The masked man didn't hesitate and rushed forward. After a casual glance, his eyes locked on to the fifth hall master. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian continued to activate the restrictions of the Divine Sword Valley, launching one powerful attack after another. However, his eyes were always on the fifth hall master. It could be seen that the fifth hall master had already used all his strength and all his trump cards. But one person facing two true god realms, he still appeared somewhat powerless. He wasn't Yi Xian and didn't have the help of the system. Therefore, he was being suppressed all the time. Yi Xian was anxious, but he couldn't do anything because there was no true immortal realm expert in Overwave City. There were disciples of the fifth hall who tried to help, but unfortunately, even the elders of the profound god realm would be courting death. Devour! Suddenly, Yi Xian activated Devourer and devoured a portion of the resources in the Chen Kun ring. Yi Xian wanted to level up, he wanted to possess powerful strength and protect the people he wanted to protect. Ding! Host has broken through. Current lower rank 5 Profound God Realm. Devour! Continuous Devour! Ding! Host has broken through. Current lower rank 7 Profound God Realm. Devour again. Ding! Host has broken through. Current lower rank 9 Profound God Realm. Ding! System notification, insufficient resources. Divine Sword Valley's restriction will stop attacking. Yi Xian leveled up and devoured continuously. In an instant he leveled up 8 levels. However, this was the limit because Yi Xian had no more resources. Even the Divine Sword Valley's restriction was about to stop working. Damn it, damn it. Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. It could be said that he was a little abnormal now. Yi Xian wasn't a person who couldn't keep his cool. However, when it came to the people around Yi Xian could even go crazy. The fifth hall master could be said to be the person who treated Yi Xian the best after he entered the divine world. At the same time, he was also Yi Xian's master. Now that he was being injured by the two of them, how could Yi Xian not be anxious? The Divine Sword Valley's restriction was weakened. In an instant, Overwave City's side was suppressed on the battlefield and disciples were dying. Yi Xian's heart felt like it was bleeding. Chapter 2234. That guy called Yi Xian hasn't been killed yet? This won't do. What are these 3 fellas doing? Just kill that ant directly. Why go through so much trouble? Even though I don't feel bad about the death of these Mo Shanga disciples, but after all, we still need them for our future plans. Gogox, Huan Tian, you go over as well. Remember to kill that Yi Xian. As for the rest of the ants, just ignore them. Yes, boss. For the sake of a single Yi Xian, did he mobilize 4 true God stage experts? They really thought highly of Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian's restriction did cause a lot of damage to the Mo Shangji's disciples. Huan Tian moved extremely quickly and arrived beside Yi Xian in an instant. Kid, the three of them can't be bothered to kill you. However, I won't let you go. Are you ready to die? Huan Tian smiled faintly and looked at Yi Xian's wooden pipe. He didn't care at all. He didn't put Yi Xian in his eyes at all. You want to kill me? Go ahead. Yi Xian looked at Huan Tian and said, "Ha, interesting." Huan Tian waved his hand and a powerful force swept towards Yi Xian. Protect. Yi Xian's words of protection weren't for someone to protect him, but to activate the special protective ability of the Divine Sword Valley. This restriction was mainly used to summon the Divine Sword projections in the Divine Sword Valley to battle. Naturally, it could be used to attack and defend. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of Divine Sword projections condensed in front of Yi Xian and formed a giant shield. Interesting. You can use it like this? Then, can your sword shield withstand one punch from me? Boom. One punch. Yes, one punch. Huan Tian was an expert in illusionary killing, but at this moment, he used one punch to break Yi Xian's sword shield. The difference was too great. Could it be that Yi Xian couldn't do anything to this powerful existence? Thousand Beasts Sword Servants. Flower God Sword Servants. Withered Bone Sword Servants. In an instant, Yi Xian attacked with all his might. Unfortunately, after the three great sword servants came out, they were killed before they could even attack. Was this the difference in strength? Don't hurt my disciple. A crisp voice sounded. It was Yi Xian's mistress. Mistress, don't come over. Yi Xian panicked, but it was too late. As well. Boo. Huan Tian punched out, and in an instant, Yi Xian's wife was sent flying. She was obviously severely injured. Bastard, I'll kill you. Yi. Of Yi. No, it wasn't Yi Xian's power. An illusory door suddenly appeared. Once a true God Realm powerhouse entered the devouring space, then it might cause great damage to the devouring space. But what could Yi Xian do now? He was just a low-level profound god. He didn't have any trump cards. What else could he do besides using the devouring space? The devouring space could kill Huan Tian. This was certain. Of course, Yi Xian would pay a great price for it. Yi Xian and Huan Tian suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. Everyone looked over in confusion. No matter who it was, they couldn't sense any trace of Yi Xian or Huan Tian. It was as if the two of them had never appeared. What was going on? No one knew. No one knew what was going on. Yi Xian looked at Huan Tian in the devouring space. Huan Tian was confused as well. What's going on? Kid, is this your illusion? Or is it your domain? No, you're just a low-level profound god. How can you have a domain? Huan Tian seemed to have not reacted at all, or perhaps it should be said that he didn't care at all. Wow, not bad, not bad. This is a good place. Huan Tian was actually in the mood to enjoy the scenery? Just how much contempt did he have for Yi Xian? The system's alarms continued to ring. It seemed that the system was also anxious. Yi Xian looked at Huan Tian. He knew that he had to kill this person quickly. In fact, it wasn't just Huan Tian who attacked. Even if he entered, he would cause damage to the devouring space. This was because his realm was much higher than Yi Xian's, so the devouring space couldn't bear it. Die. Within the devouring space, Yi Xian's projection would receive a powerful boost. Yi Xian would be able to utilize countless amounts of energy. Following Yi Xian's calm words, hundreds of restrictions shot towards Huan Tian in an instant. Hi, ants. What? Could it be that you want to defeat me with this little bit of ability? You overestimate yourself. Boom. Huan Tian attacked with his illusion-slaying divine ability. It was a divine ability that combined illusions and slaughter. He could completely confuse a person's mind, then use extremely powerful means to kill the enemy. However, from the looks of it, Huan Tian didn't seem to have any intention of using an illusion. Instead, he wanted to use his absolute strength to crush Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. The devouring space is damaged and is in the process of being damaged. Ding! Warning! Warning! The current damage to the devouring space is 5%. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host, please kill the intruder immediately. Yi Xian frowned. This damned bastard had once again damaged the devouring space. This was unforgivable. Die for me. Suddenly, Yi Xian rushed forward. When Huan Tian saw that Yi Xian was actually attacking him, he didn't care at all. He said disdainfully, "Brat, don't try to struggle. Just accept your death obediently. Perhaps you can suffer less pain." Yi Xian did not care about him at all. In the devouring space, so what if he was a true god? The devouring space was his territory. Boom! With a punch, Huan Tian was instantly sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth. How is this possible? How is this possible? Huan Tian was dumbfounded. He was actually sent flying by Yi Xian's punch. Furthermore, he was severely injured. Was this really the power of a lower profound god? Ding! Warning! Warning! The devouring space is damaged. The current damage is 7%. Since Yi Xian had pulled this guy in, he knew that damage was unavoidable. Therefore, he just needed to end the battle quickly. However, after suffering a loss from Yi Xian's punch, Huan Tian didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Unfortunately, it was too late to not underestimate his opponent. Boom! 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 It was just a punch. Yi Xian didn't use any power at all. He just wanted to use his fists to get rid of him. Finally, Huan Tian was killed by Yi Xian's punch. After keeping this guy's Qianquan world, Yi Xian moved and appeared again. Chapter 2235. Ding! System notification. The devouring space is damaged by 15%. Host, please take note. Host must repair the devouring space as soon as possible. Ding! System notification. The devouring space is severely damaged. Before the host can repair the devouring space's benefits will be reduced by 15%. Yi Xian didn't care about the system notification at all. Such a result was within his expectations. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken control of the Divine Sword Valley's restrictions and launched another attack. Gogox in the blink of an eye, a true God Realm expert disappeared. A strange disappearance. No one even knew what Yi Xian had done. But they were sure that Yi Xian had come out, but Huan Tian hadn't. I'm afraid Huan Tian is already doomed. At this moment, no matter if it was the people from Overwave City or the people from Xianxia, they all looked at Yi Xian with a trace of reverence. Even those experts had vigilance in their eyes. After all, Yi Xian's methods were too strange. That was a true God Realm expert, and he was gone just like that. No one even knew what had happened. What they saw was Yi Xian charging towards Huan Tian, and then the two disappeared. Then Yi Xian appeared, and Huan Tian was gone. Continue to kill. Today we will destroy Xianxia. Yi Xian gave the order, and the people of Overwave City's fighting spirit soared. This was their city lord. This was their invincible city lord. Long live the city lord! Charge! Kill! After the people of Overwave City reacted, they let out a roar that shook the heavens and charged forward once again. As for the people of Xianxia, their morale was greatly reduced. How many more strange methods did this guy have? I'm not playing with you anymore, old man. Suddenly, the massacre battle god retreated and left the battle with the fifth hall master. At the same time, the masked man also left the battle with the ancient sword intent. The two of them quickly came to the side of the boss and whispered something. Boss, there's something strange about this brat. Huan Tian isn't weak and his methods are even more impressive. Even we find that illusory killing technique difficult to deal with. However, how could this brat instantly make Huan Tian disappear? Strange, truly strange. The boss looked at the battlefield and nodded. Looks like this Xianxia is worthless. You two quickly go to the altar and quickly revive the ancient demon god. I will stall for time here. A mere Xianxia is nothing in the eyes of the organization. However, both of you listen carefully. The ancient Fey god is part of the organization's grand plan. We must revive it. Furthermore, after you revive, you must immediately bring the ancient Fey god back to the organization. You must not allow the ancient Fey god to be harmed. Do you understand? Okay, boss, we got it. The two of them quickly left. Of course, Yi Xian saw this scene. However, Yi Xian had no idea what their motive was. Kill them all, humph. Secret technique? Puppet control. In the blink of an eye, countless thin red threads appeared from the leader's body, directly connecting all the people of Mo Shanggu. This was the method they used to control Mo Shanggu. Those who were connected by the red threads immediately fell into a frenzy. It could be said that they attacked without any regard for their lives. They had actually all lost their consciousness. Of course, Mo Shanggu hadn't lost his consciousness yet. After all, he was also a true immortal expert. What are you doing? Why did you use the secret technique? Mo Shanggu came to the leader's side and asked in a trembling voice. Mo Shanggu had been established by him single-handedly. Although he had later joined the Annihilation Organization, he still had feelings for Mo Shanggu. If they're just ants. If they die, then they die. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Kill to your heart's content. Kill these rebels and then leave this place. This Mo Baijing, it's fine if we don't want it. Mo Shanggu didn't dare to resist. After all, some kind of secret technique had been installed in his body. The leader could even control him. In an instant, a strange change occurred on the battlefield. Mo Shangji's people were like madmen, only attacking and not defending. They didn't care even if they would lose their lives. Many of them even chose to self-detonate to attack. In an instant, Overwave City suffered heavy losses. Yi Xian saw all of this. However, he could only continuously activate the restrictions of the Divine Sword Valley to attack. He couldn't do anything else. The battle ended faster than expected. However, the losses were incomparably heavy. There were so many people that it had exceeded the limit of Yi Xian's resurrection. Therefore, many people were destined to die in battle. 3 days. Yi Xian only had 3 days. In these 3 days, Yi Xian went all out but only managed to resurrect 1/5 of the people who died. Fortunately, Mo Shanggu had been eliminated. 3 days later, the people of Overwave City were still resting. Yi Xian gave a few instructions to the 5th Hall Master, Overwave Pavilion Master, Bai Lu and the others. Then he left alone. In fact, the reason why Yi Xian stayed for so long was because he was worried about Mo Shanggu. Now that the overall situation had been decided, Yi Xian naturally couldn't continue to stay here. A large amount of resources were left in Overwave City because Yi Xian knew that once he left, this place could only fend for itself. No matter what, this was Yi Xian's first power. There were also people that Yi Xian cared about here. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave enough resources. Yi Xian's departure didn't alarm anyone. While Overwave City was celebrating, Yi Xian quietly left with Fian. "Young master, where are we going next?" After walking for a while, Fian asked Yi Xian. "Of course we're going to Mo Shanggu." "What does young master mean?" "Mo Shanggu has already been eliminated. What's the point of going to Mo Shanggu?" "Huh, of course it's to reap the rewards. We fought so hard. Shouldn't we be going to Mo Shangji's treasure vault?" Yi Xian was in a good mood. Although he left Overwave City, he was about to reap a huge reward. Yi Xian didn't send anyone to take over Mo Shanggu. Why did he leave so many resources behind? Wasn't it so that he could monopolize Mo Shangji's treasure vault? After hearing Yi Xian's words, Fian smiled slightly and said, "Then I'm afraid that young master will have to speed up. The news of Mo Shangji's destruction has already spread. If young master wants Mo Shangji's treasure vault, how can other people not want it? I'm afraid that Mo Shanggu has already gathered countless treasure hunters." F***CK. After being reminded by Fian, Yi Xian finally reacted. This was too much of a scam. He was fighting for his life in front. If the benefits were taken away by others, then Yi Xian wouldn't even have a place to cry. "Girl, full speed ahead." Yi Xian didn't care so much and directly exploded with his full speed. Chapter 2236. The entire Mo Shanggu had long been occupied by countless people. 1357924? 6810 GG. These people were either rogue cultivators or small forces. The battle between Overwave City and Mo Shanggu had nothing to do with them. However, once the result of the battle was clear, these people would not be polite. "My resources. Damn it, These people dare to steal my spoils of war. Yi Xian's heart was bleeding. 3 days, even if these people had only been here for 1 or 2 days, countless resources would have been taken away. Looking at the situation now, except for the first hall, the other 8 halls had been completely occupied by these people. It was obvious that the treasures of the other 8 halls had been emptied long ago. Of course, the 5th hall was an exception. The 5th hall had already left. There was nothing left on the mountain. The first hall. Yes, there was still the first hall. At this moment, there were still thousands of Mo Shangji's remaining forces in the first hall, so the treasures had not been lost yet. QWPM, that was Yi Xian's. If Yi Xian did not even get the treasures of the first hall, then Yi Xian would really lose everything. Yi Xian did not care about other places, he directly rushed to the first hall. At this moment, the majority of the first hall had been lost. The remaining forces of Mo Shanggu guarded outside the main hall, relying on the restrictions to block the people outside. The treasures of the first hall were behind the main hall. At the front of the main hall, there were at least 100,000 people gathered there. 100,000 people surrounded the main hall, but among these people, there was not a single true expert. Mo Shanggu has been destroyed. Do you still want to resist? Disciples of Mo Shanggu, I advise you to leave quickly. We will not make things difficult for you. We just want to get the benefits of this place. Ha! A group of bandits, you damned bastards, wait for Master and Senior Brothers to come back. We will definitely capture all of you. A young girl was standing at the entrance. She was a second-tier profound god. She could be considered the strongest cultivator among the remaining members of the Mo Shang Pavilion. However, her eyes were incomparably clear. Surprisingly, she hadn't been controlled by the extermination organization. But thinking about it, even if it was the first palace, it still had to interact with the other places. Naturally, there would be some people who weren't turned into puppets. This young girl stood guard at the entrance with her sword in hand. Her cultivation was at the middle of the second stage of the profound god realm, so the motley crew outside didn't dare to barge in. However, this was the best she could do. Your master and senior brothers? Ha, little girl, don't you know that they have all been annihilated by Overwave City? Your Mo Shanggu has done evil for so many years, and you've finally received your retribution. Overwave City doesn't care about your little bit of resources, so they don't care about you guys. However, by the time they react, I'm afraid none of you will be able to escape. Let me give you a word of advice. Leave quickly. That's right, that's right. Look at how tactful the people from the other 8 palaces are. They know that they are no match for us and have long fled. You people from the first palace are so tactless. Do you really want to be killed by us? If you want to rob us, then you'll have to step over my dead body. The young girl didn't care about these people at all. Behind her, many Mo Shanggu disciples were also guarding the entrance. It could be said that if one wanted to enter the main palace, then they could only enter through the entrance. Mo Shanggu had long built this main palace to be incomparably strong. Naturally, it was impossible to pass through the air. It was also impossible to break through the walls. This main palace was protected by special restrictions. Of course, others couldn't do anything about these restrictions, but it wasn't difficult for Yi Xian. At this moment, in a corner, Yi Xian had already quietly broken through the restrictions and walked towards the interior of the main palace. Yi Xian could choose to barge in from the main entrance, but that would undoubtedly allow those people to rush in as well. At that time, a fight would be inevitable. This wasn't the result that Yi Xian wanted. The sooner he looted Mo Shangji's treasury, the sooner he could kill or leave, the sooner he would have no qualms. Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. After killing Huan Tian, he swallowed Huan Tian's Qian Kun ring and leveled up again. At this moment, he was a mid-tier profound god. In the current Mo Shanggu, only the young girl at the entrance could discover him. However, that young girl wasn't in the mood to care about what was behind her. Wow, this Mo Shanggu really has a lot of good stuff. Ha, I've made a profit this time. Yi Xian wouldn't let go of any treasury. As long as he saw it, then he wouldn't let it go. One treasury after another was looted, all of them falling into Yi Xian's hands. Divine medicine, special ores, divine beast materials, and even special treasures and techniques. Yi Xian wouldn't let go of any of them. After spending half a day, Yi Xian finally looted all of Mo Shangji's first main palace's treasury. System, quickly scan, see if there are any more treasures? Ding, system notification, scanning. Ding, system notification, please take note, the system has scanned an undetectable area. Undetectable? How could this be? It seems that there's a need to take a look. If even the system couldn't detect it, there must be something valuable inside. Under the guidance of the system, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. He quickly arrived at the place that the system said was impossible to detect. It was a sculpture made of an unknown material. The sculpture was a strange attic. However, it was obvious that this attic was impossible for people to live in. Come, take this thing away. We'll slowly examine it in the future. Ding, system notification, the specified item is made of a special material. It cannot be stored in the Qiankuan ring. Ding, system notification, the specified item is made of a special material. It cannot be stored in the devouring space. What? Even the devouring space couldn't be used. Yi Xian was really surprised this time. If even the devouring space couldn't be stored in it, this thing was definitely not simple. It seemed that he had to think of a way to break it. System, is there any way to destroy this thing? Ding, system notification, insufficient data, unable to provide an effective solution. Holy shit! Even the system couldn't come up with a solution. This was Yi Xian's first time encountering such a situation. Ding, system notification, according to analysis, since this thing appeared here, there might be some sort of mechanism. It is recommended that the host look for the mechanism. The system notification sounded. However, to Yi Xian, it was of no help at all. Of course, he knew that he could break this restriction by looking for the mechanism. However, was it so easy to find the mechanism? Fortunately, at this time, outside the main hall, those rabble of people who were worried that Lingbo City would send people to take over Mo Shanggu finally lost their patience and decided to attack the first hall of Mo Shanggu. Hence, almost all of the remaining disciples of Mo Shanggu had rushed over to help, so no one came to disturb Yi Xian. Yi Xian carefully searched every corner. Finally, a small sculpture attracted Yi Xian's attention. It was a sculpture. Chapter 2237. However, Yi Xian's keen senses told him that the small sculpture looked exactly the same as the large one. Yi Xian didn't believe that there wasn't a problem. 1357924? 6810 GGGG. Yi Xian examined the small sculpture for a long time, but he couldn't see anything wrong with it. What is this? Feelings are all lies. Yi Xian was about to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he threw it into his Qiankuan ring. Suddenly, the large sculpture in front of Yi Xian disappeared. Yes, it had mysteriously disappeared just like that. Yi Xian subconsciously looked at his Qiankuan ring, but what he saw gave him a fright. The sculpture had actually entered Yi Xian's Qiankuan ring. What was going on? However, when Yi Xian wanted to take it out, he couldn't. When Yi Xian took out the small sculpture, the large sculpture followed him out. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to explore this. Because at this moment, the sounds of battle could be heard from outside. In other words, the Mo Shang Pavilion's first hall had fallen. Countless people rushed in, and the moment they entered, they frantically plundered everything they could see in the first hall. These people were a bunch of lunatics. Yes, a bunch of lunatics. Everything they could see, even a tile, they wouldn't let it go. At the same time, they wouldn't let a single Mo Shang Pavilion disciple go. At this moment, the remaining dozen Mo Shang Pavilion disciples guarding the young girl were surrounded by a group of people. "Ha, little girl, weren't you very strong just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? Come with us, brothers. I guarantee that will make you wish you were dead. You bunch of scum, you actually used poison. Huh, so what if we used poison? Who said that we couldn't use poison?" It turned out that these people knew that they weren't a match for the young girl, so they used poison on her. More accurately, they used poison on the remaining Mo Shang Pavilion members. As for the others, they had already killed them. Yi Xian heard these words. To be honest, Yi Xian didn't have a good impression of Mo Shanggu, but he didn't hate him either. However, Yi Xian didn't have a good impression of these people who took advantage of the situation. Before Emo Shanga was annihilated, all of those fellows had curried favor with Emo Shanga and tried to curry favor with Emo Shanga. Yet now, once Emo Shanga was defeated, they revealed their ugly faces again. This kind of person was someone that Yi Xian couldn't stand. At the beginning, Yi Xian didn't want to care so much after he got the benefits. He was prepared to leave, but when he saw these ugly people, Yi Xian didn't know why he still stood up. Stop! Yi Xian roared loudly. His figure had already arrived beside the young girl and the remnants of Emo Shanggu. Hey, where did this brat come from? What do you want? Seeing Yi Xian stand out, those people were a little surprised. Get the hell out of here right now, and perhaps I can spare your lives. These fellows were mostly heavenly gods, and there weren't many spiritual gods. As for profound gods, there were even fewer of them. It could be said that Yi Xian didn't take them seriously at all. Of course, he was only saying that he would spare them because he knew that it was impossible for them to be scared away by him. However, as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he heard those people roaring with laughter. Ha, this is too funny. Kid, what do you want? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this woman? Don't worry, we'll let you play with her once we're done playing with her. Yi Xian deliberately concealed his cultivation at this moment, so he only revealed a mid-level heavenly god because Yi Xian didn't want to cause trouble. He had already obtained almost all of Emo Shangji's treasures, so he just wanted to blend in with the crowd and leave. However, Yi Xian was still furious when he heard this. Are you going to scram or not? What big words you have there, kid. Tell us, which clan or sect are you from? Do you know who we are? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Let me tell you, our sect has joined Overwave City. What do you think? Are you envious? Come, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg me, and I'll bring you to Overwave City. As this person spoke, he waved his hand and ordered the people around him to surround Yi Xian. It was obvious that at least for now, he was proud to join Overwave City. However, no one knew if that was the case before. Yi Xian didn't want to waste his breath. He had given this guy a chance to live, but this guy didn't know how to cherish it, so there was no need to give him another chance now. Yi Xian suddenly pulled out the God Slayer and killed that person with a single strike. Murder, you dare to kill. You dare to kill our young master. Kill him, he's a survivor of Emo Shanggu. Kill him. In an instant, dozens of people pounced on Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and a ray of sword light flew out. In an instant, dozens of people's heads were sent flying. Quick, stop him, Emo Shangji's treasure must have been taken by him. Look at the divine sword in his hand, it's definitely not simple. Everyone attack together, kill him. Someone instigated. However, this instigation was very effective. Soon, the people around Yi Xian noticed Yi Xian. QWM, treasure. Divine sword. Damn it, kid, are you thinking of taking it all for yourself? Leave behind the divine sword in your hand and the treasure, otherwise, we'll have to take it ourselves. Yi Xian frowned. These people really didn't know how to spell the word death. They even wanted to snatch his God Slayer. Wei Zhentian, kill them. Yi Xian was too lazy to do it himself, so he directly handed over the control of the God Slayer to Wei Zhentian. In an instant, under Wei Zhentian's control, the God Slayer flew up. Every time it moved, one person would be killed, sometimes even several people. However, this didn't make these people afraid. Instead, they felt that the God Slayer was a treasure and wanted to snatch it away. More people noticed Yi Xian's side and continuously rushed towards Yi Xian. Quick, there's someone over there who wants to leave after taking the treasure. Everyone, quickly go over there. The crowd grew bigger and bigger. They all thought that Yi Xian had taken the treasure and wanted to stop Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he walked to the side of the young girl. Can you still walk? The young girl didn't know who Yi Xian was, nor did she know why Yi Xian wanted to save her. However, she was sure that Yi Xian wasn't a member of Emo Shanggu. Although Yi Xian did stay in Emo Shanggu for a period of time, he spent most of his time in the 5th hall. He rarely came in contact with the disciples of the other halls, let alone the most mysterious 1st hall. Even though Yi Xian's name was known by everyone, Not many people had seen Yi Xian's face. Yes. The young girl nodded. The rest of the Mo Shanggu disciples also nodded in agreement. Good, follow me closely if you can walk. If any of you fall behind, I won't be in the mood to save you. Thank you. The young girl softly thanked while the rest of the Mo Shanggu disciples also nodded in thanks. Soon Yi Xian led these people outside. Beside them, Wei Zhentian controlled the God Slayer to move around continuously. Chapter 2238. As for the people surrounding Yi Xian, they couldn't do anything to him. 1357924? 6810 Wei Zhentian would not hesitate to kill those who dared to block his path. Wei Zhentian would also kill those who dared to approach him. Don't let him leave. The first hall's treasury is all gone. It must be this guy. He must have stolen the treasures. Kill, everyone, kill him together and split the treasures. Finally, someone checked the treasury of the first hall, but found it empty. Hearing this, those people didn't care so much. In the divine world, strength was respected. Many people were willing to throw away their lives for strength. The source of strength, other than cultivation, was naturally treasures. It was said that Mo Shang Pavilion had countless good things, and just one of these good things could greatly increase their strength. Now that they heard that Yi Xian had a new treasury, who wouldn't want to kill Yi Xian and snatch the treasures from the treasury again? In an instant, the people around Yi Xian rushed towards Yi Xian like moths to a flame. Battle cries rang out continuously. The god-slaying sword was finally too busy to handle. 1,000 beast sword servants, come out too. Yi Xian waved his hand and the 1,000 beast sword servants appeared, accompanied by 1,000 divine rank mounts. The 1,000 beast sword servants led the divine rank mounts to protect Yi Xian and the others, while those people continued to attack. But was there any use? Yi Xian walked forward as if he was taking a stroll. Beside him, the god-slaying sword danced, and the 1,000 beast sword servants and divine rank mounts followed his footsteps as they searched. However, as time passed, experts began to appear. At this time, 2 low-level profound god experts blocked Yi Xian's path. The profound god realm was considered the strongest existence in the 100 realms of Mo Shang Pavilion. They were the supreme existence of a sect or clan. It was the same for these 2 people. They were both leaders of their respective forces. Brat, hand over the thing in your hand. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass. Yi Xian looked up at the 2 men. However, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He casually pointed and said, "Die." At this moment, Yi Xian was using the 6-syllable mantra. A mysterious power erupted, and before the man could even figure out what was happening, his godhead shattered and he collapsed to the ground. The power of the 6-syllable mantra was enough to kill anyone weaker than Yi Xian. How is this possible? The other profound god realm guy was dumbfounded. This was too powerful. He could kill people with a casual finger. How could he be strong to such an extent? Oh no, he's Yi Xian. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Almost at the same time that this voice was heard, everyone who had surrounded Yi Xian immediately retreated. Yi Xian? No, that's impossible. He can't be Yi Xian. Someone said doubtfully, but even so, he didn't dare to take a step forward. I heard that Yi Xian is very young. Could it really be him? Others expressed their belief. It shouldn't be. For Yi Xian to be able to become the city lord of Overwave City, no matter what, his strength is still very strong. No matter how talented a young man is, he can't be too strong. Look at him, he's only at the heavenly god realm, so he shouldn't be Yi Xian. Everyone was discussing, but no matter what they were discussing, no one dared to attack Yi Xian. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He didn't think that his name would actually become a signboard. Just hearing his name and not confirming it had scared these people to this extent. There were at least a few thousand people surrounding Yi Xian. However, just the name Yi Xian was enough to make these thousands of people not dare to take a step forward. There was probably no one else in the 100 territories who could have such power. Everyone, don't be afraid. Yi Xian is the city lord of Overwave City. How could he be here? If Yi Xian was really interested in this place, he would have sent someone here long ago. Therefore, this guy can't be Yi Xian. But just now, he could kill a profound God realm expert with a casual finger. If he's not Yi Xian, who else can he be? If you don't believe me, then go ahead. Everyone was discussing, but no one dared to step forward. Yi Xian was too lazy to punish these people. This was good for Yi Xian. It would be best if these people didn't make a move. Then Yi Xian would be too lazy to kill. However, the idea was beautiful, but reality didn't necessarily go according to the idea. This old man can prove that he's not Yi Xian. This old man has seen Yi Xian before. A voice sounded, high-class profound God realm. It was actually a high-class profound God realm expert. There was actually a high-class profound God realm expert here. There was something wrong with his eyes. This guy recognized him. He was from Overwave City. Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be someone in Overwave City who wanted to kill him. Damn this guy, was he planning to kill him with a borrowed knife? Well, Yi Xian's strength wasn't considered strong, but now he was the strongest person in the 100 Realms. Naturally, there would be people eyeing the power in his hands. Naturally, there would be people who would make a move on him. Overwave City was originally a gathering of countless forces. When there was a common enemy, perhaps everyone could be united. However, once the enemy was defeated, it was inevitable that some petty people would jump out. Its Jiu Luo sect's Jiu Luo Old Man Jiu Luo sect has already joined Overwave City. It seems like this guy isn't Yi Xian. Everyone, let's kill him together and the treasure will be ours. Another person shouted. Without a doubt, this guy was adding fuel to the fire. Because, although he shouted, he didn't make a move himself. Jiu Luo sect, haha, what a Jiu Luo sect. Yi Xian stopped and looked at that person. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Everyone, let's kill him together. Kill him and the treasure will be ours. However, at this moment, no one moved because Yi Xian instantly exploded with his peak low-class profound God realm cultivation. Moreover, his eyes were locked on that high-class profound God. You're called Jiu Luo? Yi Xian looked at that person calmly. Kid, you dare to impersonate Yi Xian City Lord. Are you courting death? It was obvious that that person was panicking. One had to know that Yi Xian had always been incomparably mysterious in Overwave City. Even if it was the true God realm, he would still be able to do it just like that. As long as one had seen Yi Xian fight before, who wouldn't be afraid? I'm asking you a question. Answer me. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a loud shout. It was a roar filled with anger. Yi Xian hated traitors. If he hadn't encountered this Jiu Luo sect, perhaps Yi Xian wouldn't even care. After all, Yi Xian had already decided to leave. However, these people actually wanted to kill him now. In that case, Yi Xian wouldn't leave them alone. You, how dare you speak to me like that? What are you waiting for? Kill him. Kill him and the treasure will be yours. Chapter 2239. Jiu Luo sect, I Yi Xian, promise you that whoever kills him will be rewarded. Yi Xian's voice continued to spread until it reached the entire plaza. Only now did everyone realize that this was really Yi Xian. He was the city lord of Overwave City. Don't listen to him. Kill him. Kill him and the treasures will be yours. What are you waiting for? Jiu Luo was completely flustered, as he realized that when Yi Xian really said his name, a portion of the disciples by his side actually left him again. The rest of them also seemed extremely flustered. 1357924? 6810 Jesus. Suddenly, someone shouted, kill this person in front of us. He's definitely City Lord Yi Xian's enemy. If we kill him, City Lord Yi Xian will definitely reward everyone. Charge. Yes, kill him. City Lord Yi Xian will reward us. Kill. This was the difference between them. No matter how much Jiu Luo encouraged them, no one paid any attention to him. However, when Yi Xian revealed his name, countless people rushed towards Jiu Luo in an instant. These people were all unafraid of death and actually burst forth with courage that they normally wouldn't have. Master, you actually want to assassinate the city lord? Jiu Luo was dumbfounded as he watched the disciples by his side leave one by one. He had brought 500 people with him, but now, there were less than 50 people by his side. He didn't understand how Yi Xian had been able to obtain such prestige. In his opinion, Yi Xian hadn't done anything at all. In fact, he had been one of the first people to follow the third hall elder's lead. In his heart, Yi Xian would settle the score with him sooner or later. This time, he had come to Overwave City to gain some benefits from Mo Shang Pavilion and then betray Overwave City. However, what had surprised him was that he had actually encountered Yi Xian. Thus, this fella had started to have crooked thoughts. If he killed Yi Xian, wouldn't he be able to obtain Yi Xian's secrets? Moreover, he could continue to return to Overwave City. Perhaps he could even become the city lord of Overwave City after some scheming. This fella had pushed him to hell with a single mistake. Those people who had surrounded Yi Xian just now knew that they had offended Yi Xian, so they wouldn't let go of this opportunity to gain merit. They simply threw themselves at him without any regard for their lives. Even though this fella was a high-grade profound god. However, the strongest power in the god realm wasn't based on cultivation. It came from those powerful abilities. In fact, if a spiritual god possessed some kind of powerful ability, he could even kill a profound god realm existence. Moreover, the gap between cultivation and strength in the god dimension wasn't that huge. A profound god could easily annihilate a heavenly god or domain enlightened spirit god. However, even if it was a superior profound god, if he wanted to kill a middle profound god, he would still have to put in a lot of effort. The most important thing in terms of battle prowess was the divine ability, not the realm. Of course, it was a different story if there was someone with such a title. Countless people threw themselves at Jiu Luo. Jiu Luo was already extremely alarmed. He was constantly attacking and killing those people. If it was any other time, these fellows would only be ants in his eyes. But now they could take his life. Because it was Yi Xian's order, practically everyone threw themselves at him. This even included his disciples. Wei Zhentian, you go help as well. Yi Xian was actually very clear that he would absolutely be unable to defeat that fella in a one-on-one battle. That was a high-grade profound god. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have to do it himself here. There were a large number of people who were willing to fight for Yi Xian. The battle had started quickly, but it had also ended quickly. There was a saying in the god realm that a city of mortals could also exhaust a god to death. It was the strength of a crowd. Of course, the mortals here referred to low-level gods. Not to mention that those who had charged at that person weren't ordinary spirit gods. Of course, that person's final frenzy had also caused quite a number of losses. At least 3,000 people had been killed in the battle. It was practically impossible for Yi Xian to revive all 3,000 people. 6 syllables, life. Following Yi Xian's command, the people whose corpses hadn't been destroyed stood up once more. Although there were only 200 or 300 people, it was enough to make everyone extremely excited. After all, the ability to bring people back from the dead had simply exceeded their imagination. I promised all of you that I would reward all of you. Now, all of you can go to Overwave City. Someone will receive you and reward you. Yi Xian spoke indifferently. No one doubted his words. No one dared to say anything about Yi Xian taking away the first item of Mo Shangji's first hall. So, everyone had already left obediently. Of course, Yi Xian was about to leave as well. However, a voice resounded just as Yi Xian was about to leave. You're Yi Xian? You're the city governor of Overwave City? It was the young woman's voice. Yi Xian turned around, looked at her, and said, Yes, I'm Yi Xian. Why did you destroy our Mo Shanggu? The young woman suddenly roared loudly. Yi Xian smiled lightly and said, Only one of us can survive in war. Not to mention that you're a disciple of the First Hall. Could it be that you don't know the secrets of the First Hall? How many people in Overwave City joined Overwave City because they were persecuted, had their homes destroyed, and had their relatives killed? If we didn't destroy them, then we would be the ones to be destroyed. Yi Xian didn't know why he was explaining to the young woman, but he still said it in the end. Of course, the young woman was vaguely aware of some of the secrets of Mo Shanggu. Those senior brothers with dull eyes and the silent First Hall were undoubtedly proof of the uniqueness of the First Hall. What's more, Mo Shanggu continued to bully the small forces in the 100 territories in the later stages. Strictly speaking, it was no longer considered a righteous path. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completely resolving the matter of Mo Shanggu. You've obtained 1 eternal point. What? The sudden notification stunned Yi Xian. Eternal points were something that Yi Xian had always wanted to obtain, but he had never succeeded. Now that he had suddenly obtained 1 eternal point, Yi Xian was puzzled because he didn't know what was required to obtain eternal points. System, what's going on? How can I obtain eternal points? Since he had obtained 1 eternal point, Yi Xian naturally had to ask. Ding. System notification. Host, please note that the function of eternal points has not been fully unlocked for the time being. At present, the system will only randomly reward some. The system's reply stunned Yi Xian. What was this? The function of eternal points had not been unlocked? But he had already obtained the eternal bloodline. Chapter 2240. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Ding. System notification. Although the eternal bloodline is a god-grade bloodline, it has no room for growth and can only unlock some skills. It is recommended that the host upgrade the Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline to God-grade bloodline as soon as possible. Then, the host can integrate the eternal bloodline. 1357924? 6810D. Alright, so that was the reason. Indeed, Yi Xian's eternal bloodline was mutated. In other words, Yi Xian obtained it in advance. Eternal points were indeed very useful, so Yi Xian could only helplessly wait for the system to synchronize it. Fortunately, Yi Xian's eternal points were no longer 0. This was worth celebrating. After Yi Xian came out, Fei Yan came to his side. Yi Xian did not intend to care about the rest of the matter. At this time, he had already embarked on his journey again. It was time to leave. Yi Xian had wasted too much time in this insignificant Mo-100 territories. This time, Yi Xian planned to explore the mysterious ancient city first. Yi Xian had obtained this thing when he obtained the inheritance of the ancient divine emperor. However, he had never had the time to see what was in the mysterious ancient city. Yi Xian had reason to believe that he might be able to obtain some opportunities in the mysterious ancient city. On this day, Yi Xian was walking when suddenly, a system notification rang in his ears. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 10,000 faith points. The faith point special function is officially unlocked. Faith points. To be honest, because the faith points were too little and were basically useless to Yi Xian did not pay much attention to it. He did not expect to be able to gain faith points even after leaving Overwave City. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Once the host establishes his own force and carefully manages it, that force will continuously provide the host with faith points. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note that the host currently does not have enough faith points. More functions cannot be unlocked for the time being. However, from now on, the host can use faith points to exchange for Devourer points or eternal points. Faith points can also be used independently. Ding. Exchange ratio, 100,000 faith points for 1 Devourer point. 1,000,000 faith points for 1 eternal point. Ding. Host, please note that this exchange can only be done with faith points. It is irreversibly exchangeable. Ding. Host currently has 10,000 faith points and can use 2 abilities. Ability 1, Protection of Faith. 10,000 faith points can transform into an invincible shield that lasts for 3 seconds. Ding. Ability, Faith Enhancement. 10,000 Faith Enhancement. All attacks of the host will be boosted by 1. Lasts for 1 day. Yi Xian was a little speechless when he heard the system's introduction. Faith points were too worthless. He had to spend 100,000 faith points to exchange for 1 Devourer point. Needless to say, the eternal points required 1,000,000. With such a huge gap between them, how could faith points be so worthless? Ding. System notification. Please take note, host. After the conviction points are officially activated, Everyone who is loyal to the host will be able to contribute 3 conviction points to the host every 100 years. F***ck. Yi Xian finally understood why conviction points were so worthless. The F***ck, this thing was simply endless. It could increase every day. One had to know that Yi Xian only had Overwave City now. However, what would happen when Yi Xian had more forces? It could be said that everyone had a chance to help Yi Xian gain conviction points. Moreover, it was not a one-time thing. It could be increased continuously and could be refreshed every 100 years. This was simply an endless stream of them. Speaking of which, faith value was probably the most powerful thing in this world. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that Yi Xian had to have enough conviction points. 100 years was nothing in the realm of the gods. Although the 10,000 faith points in Yi Xian's hands were very little, it was still a starting point. Although Yi Xian currently had a large amount of resources, he didn't devour them. This was because he had already suffered enough losses from not having enough resources in the 100 realms, so he didn't dare to casually use the resources he obtained from Mo Shanga. Luo's whereabouts were clear, but Yi Xian could not do anything about it. Therefore, Yi Xian's main task now was to level up. Only when his realm reached a certain level would Yi Xian have the confidence to find Luo. The mysterious ancient city was located in the northern desert. Of course, this so-called north was only relative to Yi Xian's current location. When Yi Xian and Fian arrived at the so-called Endless Desert, they finally understood why this place was called the Endless Desert. In this place, besides yellow sand, there was nothing else to be seen. Before entering the desert, there was a city. It was not a very big city. It could be said that after leaving this place, they might encounter some settlements, but they probably would not encounter a city. This city was called Sand City. Sand City was far away from Mo Beijing. It was the territory of the Sand Deity tribe. This Sand Deity tribe was said to not be part of the human race, and the territory they controlled was only a trifling 3 territories. It was just this desert, but such a small force, no one would find trouble with them at all. This was because they had nothing to gain from it. On this day, Yi Xian was resting in the inn when he heard a group of people barging in. "Quick, boss, quickly prepare enough water from the holy spring for us. We want to enter the desert." Please wait a moment. Why are you in such a hurry to enter the desert? Do you have any news? Don't you know? I heard that a mysterious ancient city suddenly appeared in the desert. Someone picked up a lot of ancient treasures from the outside of the ancient city. You know, those are ancient treasures. It's not something you can imagine. Now, many people have rushed over there. Ancient city? There are indeed many ancient cities in the desert, but an ancient city with ancient treasures, could this be false news? My inn has been open here for more than 3,000 years, but I have never heard of such a thing. It can't be fake, because this time, this ancient city did not appear naturally, but was made by Sharon. Sharon, you mean Sharon? It can't be, those monsters appeared again? Boss, why are you asking so many questions? If you want to go, then go together. If you don't want to go, then don't waste our time. Perhaps seeing that these people were a little anxious, the boss had no choice but to prepare the things they needed and did not say anything else. However, the sudden appearance of the ancient city attracted Yi Xian's attention. Could it be that this was the ancient city he was looking for? Yi Xian walked out and came to the boss's side to ask a simple question. Chapter 2241. It turned out that there was a special type of divine beast living in the Endless Desert. 1357924? 6810G. These divine beasts were spiritual deities. They did not have bodies of flesh and blood, but instead constructed their bodies out of sand. These sand dragons were enormous and were rarely discovered. However, these sand dragons seemed to have a special ability to detect treasures and natural treasures. Every time they appeared, they would be accompanied by treasures. Boss, what is this divine spring water that those people have prepared? Is it for drinking? Yi Xian continued to ask. Of course not. Sir, you must be joking. Once you cultivate a godhead, you no longer need to eat or drink. This divine spring water actually has other uses. Oh, tell me about it. Yi Xian's interest was piqued. Ha, sir, you are not a local here. That's why you don't know about this divine spring water. The divine spring water is actually secreted from a special plant in the desert. Furthermore, it is very strange. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Strange? Using the word strange to describe water? It's like this. Sir, you may not know this, but as soon as this divine spring water falls into the desert, it will grow into a forest in an instant. Without the support of the divine spring water, the forest will turn into yellow sand and disappear in less than an hour. However, a lot of things can be done in this 1 hour. For example, you can avoid the special divine beasts in the desert. The divine beasts in the desert are generally afraid of plants. No one knows why, but this information is absolutely reliable. After hearing the innkeeper's words, even Yi Xian felt that it was rather strange. It was quite novel that there was actually such water that could turn into a forest when it dripped onto the desert. Alright, then boss, prepare some for me too. Since the divine spring water was said to have miraculous uses, then Yi Xian believed that he might be able to find some as well. Alright. Sir, 1 drop of this divine spring water costs 10,000 divine crystals. How much do you want? 10,000 divine crystals per drops. Yi Xian was shocked by the price. 10,000 divine crystals per drop? This was too expensive. Luckily, Yi Xian wasn't short on money, so he directly said to the owner, if that's the case, then give me a pot first. The moment Yi Xian finished speaking, the innkeeper gave Yi Xian a strange look. Sir, are you sure you want a pot? Other people bought it drop by drop, but when it was his turn to buy Yi Xian, he opened his mouth and bought a whole pot. What? Don't tell me you don't have enough divine spring water here? Seeing his boss hesitate, Yi Xian also looked over in surprise. No, if you need it, we naturally have it. This is all the divine spring water we have. There are more than 900 drops in total. We'll take it as 900 drops for you. Do you need all of it? Yes, of course. Yi Xian had obtained the entire treasury of Mo Shang Pavilion, so how could he lack these few divine crystals? One had to know that Yi Xian probably had over 100 million divine crystals. Here, this is 9 million divine crystals. Yi Xian casually tossed out a universe ring, appearing to be very casual. However, Yi Xian's actions stunned everyone. He even gave him 9 million divine crystals. One had to know that this was 9 million divine crystals. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. In fact, the reason he was so direct was because of the system's notification. Ding. System notification. Discovered material that can be used to repair the devouring space. The host is advised to harvest it immediately. Yes, that was it. This divine spring water could repair the devouring space. For Yi Xian, the devouring space was his foundation. Other treasures and divine crystals were nothing to Yi Xian. As long as it could repair the devouring space, no matter how precious it was, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate. Okay, system, the divine spring water is here. How do I use it? Ding! System notification. The host only needs to pour the divine spring water into the devouring space. Yi Xian nodded. Without hesitation, he poured all the divine spring water into the devouring space. Who knew that once the divine spring water entered the devouring space, it immediately turned into rainwater and started to rain heavily in the devouring space. Ding! System notification. The devouring space's repair progress has increased. The current damage is 14.5%. Ding! The divine spring water can repair the devouring space has reached its limit. The remaining divine spring water will be automatically returned to the host. What? There's a limit to saturation? Yi Xian originally thought that the divine spring water could repair the devouring space without limit. He was even prepared to continue purchasing more divine spring water. Who knew that this wasn't the case at all? There was a limit to it. Looking at the more than 100 drops of divine spring water returned by the system, Yi Xian was helpless. However, this time, it gave Yi Xian some inspiration. Could it be that some special materials could repair the space within the devouring space? System, among the resources that I have, are there any materials that can be used to repair the devouring space? Ding! System notification. Among the special resources that the host possesses, there is a portion that can be used to repair the devouring space. Since that's the case, what's the point of hesitating? Use them all. As long as they can be used to repair the devouring space, use them all. Ding! System notification. Use of resources successful. The devouring space's repair progress has increased. The current damage is 10%. Who would have thought that Xian would unintentionally discover such a benefit? The devouring space had actually been repaired by 5%. This was really good. Ding! System notification. The system has detected items that can be used to repair the system from the host's resources. The system has automatically collected and used them. Ding! System notification. The system's repair progress has increased. Xian smiled slightly. Not only did he repair the devouring space, but he also repaired the system a little. However, when the system notification rang out, Xian couldn't smile anymore. Ding! System notification. This repair has consumed 35% of the host's resources. 1/3. It actually consumed 1/3 of Xian's resources in one go. One had to know that this was Mo Shangji's savings. Mo Shanggu was the most powerful person in the 100 territories of Mo. He had a lot of resources in his hands. However, he didn't expect that he would use up 1/3 of his resources in an instant. In an instant, Xian couldn't be smug anymore. It seemed that resources were still a big problem. Boss, do you know if there are any auction houses in Sand City? Oh, there are. Sir, please go straight out of the door. There is a chamber of commerce opened by the city lord in Sand City. Perhaps you can buy what you want. All right. Chapter 2242. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, as soon as Xian stepped out, he saw many people following behind him. 1357924? 6810 GG. It seemed that they were planning to rob Xian. That was to be expected. Xian had 9 million divine crystals in one go. It was hard not to be jealous of his wealth. Fortunately, Xian was a first-tier lower profound god and could be considered an expert, so these people didn't make a move immediately. Xian didn't walk far before he saw a huge building. This building was a little strange. 2 parallel towers rose from the ground, entangled with each other. From the ground, they looked like 2 separate towers, but from the top, there was one tower. He wondered who had designed the pagoda to look like this. Xian didn't hesitate and walked in. At this time, several groups of people had gathered outside the tower. That damn brat. How dare he use my money to buy random things? I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later. A bearded man said loudly with a rich expression on his face. This guy was overbearing. He actually said that Xian's divine crystals were his. He also said that Xian's divine crystals were unforgivable. Fortunately, this was an auction set up by the city lord, so these people didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, these people would have attacked Xian already. Xian still didn't know about this. After all, these people didn't show any hostility. Even the system couldn't detect it. At this moment, Xian had already entered. Needless to say, this was the first time Xian saw gods of other races. In the hundreds of territories of Mo, it was rare to see gods of other races. Most of them were gods of the human race. However, in the territory of the sand race, Xian saw many gods of other races because the sand race was a foreign race. System, detect that guy. That guy looks very strange. Ding. System notification. Target has been assigned to the Magic Lantern Clan, middle 3rd stage spiritual god. The Magic Lamp Clan, what a strange clan. Ding. System notification. The Magic Lamp Clan has a special divine ability that allows them to project themselves into the lower world. They will transform into a magic lamp in the lower world, and anyone who obtains it will receive their reward. Xian gave him a strange look. System, what race is that? At this moment, in front of Xian, a guy with unusually large ears walked over. Furthermore, this guy did not have a single strand of hair. Ding. System notification. Target specified, Luo Han. The Luo Han people are a branch of the human race, but because they practice a special cultivation method, they are named separately. Ahem, So this guy is also a human. Alright, it's a misunderstanding. Yi Xian observed his surroundings as he walked. Suddenly, he felt a slight chill in his arm. When Yi Xian looked over, he saw a shadow pass through his body and walk past him. System, what the hell is this? Ding. System notification. Target specified, Dead Spirit Clan. The Dead Spirit Clan is divided into many branches, but they are collectively known as the Dead Spirit Clan. No, Dead Spirit? Could it be that this was really a ghost? Yi Xian had learned a lot. Along the way, he saw so many strange clans. If Yi Xian had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not even be willing to believe it. Stones could cultivate to godhood. Flowers and plants could cultivate to godhood. Water and fire could cultivate to godhood. In fact, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that it was a pile of cow dung. That's right, a pile of cow dung had actually cultivated to godhood. It was really as the saying went, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. And when the divine realm was big, what kind of godhood would appear? It was out. Yi Xian was speechless that even cow dung could cultivate to godhood. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he probably would not have believed it. Of course, the one who pooped that pile of cow dung was definitely not an ordinary creature. It was at least a mystic god expert, right? However, Yi Xian felt that it was better to stay away from these fellows. Others might not feel anything and would not find it strange to be with these fellows. However, Yi Xian did not think so. Especially when he thought of that cow dung godhood, Yi Xian felt a little disgusted. Sir, what would you like to order? When they finally arrived at the counter, a waiter asked Yi Xian respectfully. What special treasures or materials do you have here? Introduce them to me. Yes, sir. After the waiter answered, he handed Yi Xian a jade talisman. Yi Xian released his divine telekinesis and checked. There were only 5 items that could attract his attention. It could be said that there were no special materials here that were worthy of Yi Xian's attention. When he saw Yi Xian frown slightly, the waiter said, "If you want special materials, I'm afraid now is not the time. Our auction house only holds a large-scale auction once every 30 years. Only then will all kinds of special materials appear. The next auction is only 2 years away. If it's convenient for you, sir, you can come back in 2 years." Yi Xian nodded. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to continue staying here, so he walked out directly. Originally, Yi Xian was prepared to enter the desert directly. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by a group of people as soon as he walked out of the Sand City. "What do you want?" Yi Xian looked at these people strangely. At the same time, he said to the system in his heart, "System, test these people's strength." Ding! System notification. 9 spiritual gods, 2 low-level mystic gods, and 1 mid-level mystic god. In that case, they were not weak. So, what did they want? Kid, you're actually asking us what we want? Actually, we don't want to do anything. It's just that we've been a little tight on money lately, so we want to ask you for some divine crystals to spend. We aren't greedy, so just give us a few tens of millions. A few tens of millions? They really dared to ask. At this point, how could Yi Xian still not understand the logic behind this? You want to rob me, but I don't know if you have the strength to do so. Yi Xian looked indifferently at these people. A mere mid-level mystic god. The rest were all fellows that Yi Xian could kill with a wave of his hand. He wanted to see how they would rob Yi Xian. Hey kid, you talk big. Hand over the things obediently and we won't make things difficult for you. If you don't, then don't blame us for being merciless. These fellows didn't belong to any sect, and they were a group of independent cultivators. There weren't so many rules between independent cultivators. It could even be said that the law of the jungle was even more vivid. If one had the strength, then no one would care even if they killed someone they didn't like. Not to mention that they would rob him. So, in the eyes of that mid-level mystic god, Yi Xian should hand over the things he wanted. Moreover, if Yi Xian didn't obey, then there wouldn't be any trouble even if he killed Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian had frequently robbed others and killed others to seize their treasures. But now, someone had actually set their sights on him. That person was courting death. Chapter 2243. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless fantasy translation, brothers, let's go. Let this guy know what's good for him. 1357924? 6810 G. Although Yi Xian only displayed the strength of a low-level peak profound god, it really wasn't enough to make these mid-level profound gods fear him. At this moment, seeing that Yi Xian actually didn't give him face, he directly ordered to attack. Ants like you dare to attack me? 6 syllables, cripple. Following Yi Xian's words, those people were stunned to find that each of their legs had mysteriously separated from their bodies. After the separation, they didn't feel anything at all, and there wasn't even a drop of blood. It was as if they had broken their legs from the beginning. What's going on? Those people were dumbfounded. How could one of their legs disappear just like that? Breaking a leg was nothing to them. After all, as long as they were willing, it wouldn't take long for them to use their divine power and grow a new leg. But the most important thing was that they were baffled by the loss of their legs. Some people started to use their divine power, preparing to regrow their legs. However, this was an attack of the 6 syllables. If it said it would cripple them, how could it possibly let them recover? Not good, my divine power can't repair my legs at all. What's going on? What's going on? After some people failed in their attempts, they were immediately shocked. A cripple with a short leg? A disabled person? There was no precedent for this in the divine realm. The battles in the divine realm were incomparably cruel, so it was inevitable that there would be casualties. Breaking a leg or something like that was very normal. But the most important thing was that as long as there were resources or some special abilities, they could regrow a severed limb. So, there was absolutely no such thing as a disabled person in the divine realm. But the strange thing was that they had indeed broken their legs, and there was no way to recover them. In an instant, except for that mid-level profound god guy, everyone else became one-legged. The mid-level spiritual god frowned. What did you do to them? What kind of strange ability did you use? He knew that all of this was probably done by Yi Xian, because there were no outsiders here except for Yi Xian and them. I'll give you a chance. If you scram now, I won't kill you. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, he said indifferently, "Damn it, how dare you threaten me? You're asking for it." That person was infuriated by Yi Xian's words and immediately attacked. Calm, sand giant. Boom. Suddenly, 2 sand giants appeared and pounced towards Yi Xian at the same time. Is that power? Yi Xian indifferently looked at that person and casually swung his sword. 2 sword lights appeared at the same time. They were shockingly 2 god-slaying slashes. Boom! The sand is his translation. Damn, Kid Boy translation Bree is damn translation to you like translation to translation you damn translation, Mystic Thunder Assault. B translation on translation to be Xian translations in translation. Translation. That person, translation lightning flashed. In an instant, Yi Xian was completely surrounded by that person. Yes, he was surrounded. That person's movements were too fast. He directly formed a wall of lightning around Yi Xian. At the same time, an even bigger lightning bolt came down from above Yi Xian's head. Boom! The huge attack hit Yi Xian directly. However, it didn't even move Yi Xian's sleeves. This was because Yi Xian had already set up an invincible restriction. That person quickly retreated and put some distance between himself and Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian in shock. He never expected that a mid-level 3rd-grade true god like him couldn't do anything to Yi Xian even after using his strongest ability. So, is it my turn to attack? If you can take this attack, I can let you go. Deity slash. Suddenly Yi Xian struck with his sword. However, there was only one attack. There were 7 deity slashes. Yi Xian was now able to use 7 deity slashes at the same time. With this guy's strength, it was impossible for him to take on 7 of Yi Xian's attacks head-on. Boom! It was only the first slash, but that person's defense was broken. Needless to say, the next few slashes would be even more difficult. The sword light disappeared. However, that mid-level profound god didn't make a sound. With a bang, he fell to the ground. The rest of the people looked at Yi Xian in horror. That mid-level spiritual god was killed by Yi Xian in one strike. Pluck. One of them knelt on the ground. Sir, please spare us. Please spare us. We won't do it again. We won't do it again. Perhaps inspired by their companions, the others immediately knelt down and said in unison, "We were wrong. We were wrong. Please spare our lives, my lord." Everyone kept kowtowing and admitting their mistakes, hoping that Yi Xian would spare their lives. There were even some people who slapped themselves in the face one after another. The crisp sound of slapping rang out. Yi Xian didn't even bother to look at them. He said, "Leave your interspatial rings and you can get lost." Since these people wanted to rob him, Yi Xian wouldn't be polite. Those people didn't dare to hesitate. If they lost their treasures, they would have a chance to get them in the future. However, if they lost their lives, they would lose everything. They were nothing in front of Yi Xian, who could kill a mid-level third-class profound god in one strike. Therefore, no one hesitated. They took out their interspatial rings. Yi Xian waved his hand and took away all the interspatial rings. After looking through them and seeing that there was nothing worthy of his attention, he chose to devour them. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a mid-level second-class true god. For Yi Xian, even if he wanted to store resources, he couldn't say that he was keeping things that were too lousy. Yi Xian stored resources mainly for refining seals. Of course, there might be other uses for them. Therefore, if they were lousy resources, they would be useless to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't care about those people anymore. Those people scrambled to escape as if they had been pardoned. It was better not to kill in the city, but it was still okay to cripple them. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a voice sounded. "Not bad, little guy. You're good at using underhanded means. Who is it?" Yi Xian was shocked. During the battle just now, he had been releasing his divine consciousness. In other words, Yi Xian didn't notice that someone was hiding in the dark. Moreover, this person didn't show any hostility, so the system didn't notice him. Yi Xian looked around but didn't see anyone at all. However, at this moment, the air suddenly blurred. An old man walked out. Ding! System notification. Target set, Peak Profound God. It was actually a Peak Profound God. Yi Xian was surprised. One had to know that he could deal with a mid-level Profound God. However, it was almost impossible to deal with a high-level Profound God. What's more, it was a Peak Profound God. This was an existence that was only one step away from breaking through to the true God realm. He couldn't be so unlucky, right? He actually reached a Peak Profound God. How could Yi Xian fight this? For you. Chapter 2244. Don't be nervous, little guy. I mean you no harm. You must be the successor of the ancient celestial emperor. I didn't expect to see the successor of the ancient celestial emperor again after so many years. That person's words made Yi Xian even more confused. After all, Yi Xian had never told anyone about the successor of the ancient celestial emperor. 1357924? 6810 GG. In other words, other than the ancient celestial race who could sense Yi Xian, no one should be able to detect Yi Xian. Then who is this guy? You, who are you? Yi Xian asked again. Who am I? That's right, who am I again? Sigh, it's been too long. I've forgotten who I am. That person still had a smile on his face, but Yi Xian still found it very strange. System, detect this person. Ding. System notification, detection failed. The target is too strong. The system cannot detect him. System, didn't you detect his level just now? Why can't you detect it now? Yi Xian was shocked. Why did the system's second detection fail? Ding. System detecting. Ding. System notification, please take note. The target has a special concealment ability that can hide his true cultivation level. Damn you. Yi Xian was infuriated. There was no need for a system notification. Of course, Yi Xian knew that. But where did this guy come from? Little guy, you want to go to the desert to find that ancient city, right? That person looked at Yi Xian and asked calmly. Although he didn't show any hostility, Yi Xian still felt immense pressure. Yes, I want to go to that ancient city. For you. This was Yi Xian's third time asking. Unfortunately, that person didn't seem to care about Yi Xian at all. Hee, if you want to explore that ancient city, then you don't have to go. That ancient city suddenly appeared. I moved it away to prevent people who don't want to go in. Move away. Yi Xian was shocked. That was an ancient city that had been set up by an ancient god emperor. However, this guy actually said that he wanted to move it away. How could that thing be taken away just like that? That's an ancient ruin, you know. It could be said that there was definitely a secret realm inside. Could it be that he could even move the mystic realm away? In that instant, Yi Xian knew that this person was not simple. It could also be said that Yi Xian did not have the slightest ability to resist in front of him. Fortunately, this person did not show any hostility towards Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian might not even be able to escape. Little fellow, this old man owes the ancient god emperor a favor, so I promised him that I would take care of his successor. It's a pity that his first two successors didn't seem to have good luck and died early. Little fellow, you can't die. I know that guy only left behind 3 inheritances. If you die, then I won't be able to keep my promise. Yi Xian was very depressed. This person spoke as if he wanted to die. Yi Xian was not crazy. How could he want to die? Alright, this projection of mine crossed 3 million realms to find you. It's time to take you away. You don't need to explore this place because the things here have already been taken away by the previous 2. Come with me, I'll take you away. This spiritual god girl is a little interesting. She actually gave you her godhead. Looks like she's your follower. Then come with me. Suddenly, following this person's words, a powerful force that Yi Xian could not resist enveloped Yi Xian and Fian. Then Yi Xian saw himself moving quickly. Yes, he saw it. He saw that he was really running on the ground. However, his speed was too fast. It was so fast that everything he saw turned into light. It was actually not teleportation, but just traveling. However, what kind of existence could have such speed? Yi Xian's voice rang. This person said that he had crossed 100,000 realms to find Yi Xian. What did 3 million realms mean? One had to know that Yi Xian's range of activity since entering the god realm was no more than 200 realms. Moreover, he had only just left 100 realms. How terrifying was 3 million realms? However, Yi Xian felt that less than an hour had passed, and they had already arrived. Crossing 3 million realms in an hour. What kind of speed was this? What kind of powerful existence was this? Hee, little guy, the overgod here is my disciple. From today onwards, you can cultivate here. I'll wait for the moment you become an overgod. I'll tell you a secret when you become an overgod, the overgod said. After saying that, that person's figure disappeared. That's right, he disappeared. Just like when he appeared, he disappeared directly. This was too powerful. Yi Xian was extremely stunned. Just how powerful was this person? He did not even give him an explanation. He directly brought him out of 3 million realms and passed through several overgod realms. Moreover, he did not allow him to refuse at all. However, what could Yi Xian do? This powerful existence, even an overgod, was his disciple. Then, just how powerful was he? He was probably so powerful that even Yi Xian did not dare to think about it. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, a ripple appeared in space. Another fluctuation came from the space as a young woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's first reaction was that she was beautiful. Very, very beautiful. It could be said that she was already the most beautiful woman Yi Xian had ever seen. You're Yi Xian? The woman spoke. Yi Xian nodded subconsciously. That expert even knew that Yi Xian was the successor of the primordial divine emperor. Then, it was not strange that she knew his name. Oh, that's what Yi Xian looks like. QWM, holy shit. Yi Xian was speechless. If he did not look like this, what did he look like? Come with me. Big sister is waiting for you in the divine palace. The woman walked forward. At this time, Yi Xian was not familiar with this place and had been brought here for no reason. Other than following this woman, what else could he do? System, detect the strength of this person in front of me. Ding. System notification. Target specified. Peak True God Realm. Damn you. Yi Xian was helpless. A peak true god had jumped out of nowhere. However, when he thought about how even an overgod was that person's disciple, he calmed down. Yi Xian could only follow. Otherwise, what else could he do? After walking for a while, a city appeared in front of Yi Xian. It could be said that this was the most magnificent city Yi Xian had ever seen. Not to mention its enormous size, not to mention the countless floating islands floating in it. However, the overlapping mystic realms were projected directly. This was simply beyond Yi Xian's expectations. The woman who led Yi Xian here was clearly not a simple person. Wherever he passed, countless people bowed in respect. Greetings, Prince. Greetings, Princess. Prince. This was actually a princess. Chapter 2245. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Countless gazes gathered on Yi Xian, and Yi Xian heard the discussions. 1357924? 6810 Yi. Who is this kid? When did the princess take in such a weak follower? Isn't that so? Why did the princess suddenly take in a follower? Follower? Yi Xian was speechless. She actually called him a follower. Forget it, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to argue. Fian also followed Yi Xian, but looking at him, he didn't seem to be much different from Yi Xian, which made him a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Yi Xian. Kitor. Ding! System notification. Target is a peak king level true god. *CK. King level, it was actually a king level, and it was another peak true god. What kind of place was this? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. It was fine that 2 peak true gods appeared, but now, even a person with a front title appeared. What was going on? What kind of place was this? This was a king level. This was a powerhouse with a front title of king level. One had to know that Yi Xian often relied on the system to kill powerhouses above his level. However, even if Yi Xian immediately rose to peak true god, he would only be killed by this person in front of him. One had to know that this was a king level. Yi Xian's entire heart was trembling. This situation was beyond his expectations. It could even be said that it was already beyond his imagination. Weren't front titles only used in ancient times and super geniuses? Why did Yi Xian meet one now? Back down. A clear voice rang out. It didn't even mention who it was, but the person in front of Yi Xian immediately retreated to the side. Yi Xian was speechless. A king level had appeared. It seemed that he had come to an incredible place. Of course, he couldn't say anything now, so he could only continue forward. A row of golden armored guards guarded both sides. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking in front of the golden armored guards. All of them were true god realms. These golden armored guards were all formed by true god realm powerhouses. Yi Xian was completely shocked by this place. Along the way, Yi Xian was sure of one thing, and that was that he had probably come to a new world. It could be said that this place was much stronger than Mo's domain. Of course, as for what was the situation, he could only find out later on. Go in, Yi Xian, I'll wait for you inside. Your follower can only stay outside. I will have someone take care of him. Finally, was finally here? At this moment, as translation, as in Of course, what Yi was the material. Every step is made up of divine blue universe jade fruits that take 1,000,000 years to bloom, 1,000,000 years to bear fruit, and 5,000,000 years to ripen. What a waste of God's gift, what a waste of God's gift. Such a treasure is actually used to make stairs. Do the people here have any sense of civility? Yi Xian wailed in his heart. If he devoured it, it would be enough for him to level up several times. But here it was used to make stairs. Yi Xian really didn't know how many surprises awaited him. Of course, no matter what this place was, since he was here, he had to take a good look. Yi Xian quickly walked into the palace. There were no guards around the palace, so Yi Xian pushed the door open and walked in. You're here. A calm voice sounded. Then, a woman in no way inferior to the princess from before walked towards Yi Xian. You must be the Yi Xian that my master mentioned. My master has dominated the world all his life. Even us disciples don't get to see him once in tens of thousands of years. I never thought that he would ask me to take care of you this time. Are you my junior brother? The woman didn't look down on Yi Xian because of his low cultivation level. Of course, this was probably also because of the old man. Ding. System notification. Target is too powerful, unable to detect. Was the system unable to see the opponent's cultivation level? However, Yi Xian could guess that this was probably an overgod. This was because the old man had said that he would ask one of his overgod disciples to take care of Yi Xian. Without a doubt, this woman should be an overgod. Moreover, Yi Xian had enough reason to believe that she wasn't the only overgod here. I can't be considered a disciple. Senior, you were just asked to take care of me. May I ask, where is this? Yi Xian looked at the woman and asked, are you talking about this place? This is the Kunlun God domain. I am the master of this place, Mi Li. Kunlun God domain? Is this place the core of the God domain? Yi Xian didn't care about Mi Li's self-introduction. He was more concerned about whether this place was the core of the God domain. However, Yi Xian's words seemed to have amused overgod Mi. Mi Li smiled and said, the core of the God domain? Our Kunlun God domain can't be considered as such. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me about your plans for the future. Since Master has asked me to take care of you, I'll naturally do as he says. Whatever you want or want to do, you can tell me. Yi Xian nodded. However, he wasn't prepared to accept her care. To Yi Xian, this unknown place was still a mystery. Moreover, that old man had mysteriously brought Yi Xian here. Yi Xian didn't dare to trust him 100%. Although that senior had indeed mentioned the inheritance of the ancient god emperor and the ruins of the ancient city, everything seemed to make sense. However, he didn't know that Yi Xian had the system. It was a very small matter, but Yi Xian couldn't help but suspect this expert. Of course, he could only suspect in his heart. He couldn't even show it. The system had once issued a mission to explore that mysterious ancient city. If there was really nothing in that mysterious ancient city, or if it had disappeared, then the system shouldn't have kept that mission. In other words, that super expert was lying. Perhaps the mysterious ancient city had really been taken away by him, but that didn't mean that there wasn't any value in exploring it. Since the ancient god emperor had specifically asked Yi Xian to take a look, it meant that there must be some clues inside. However, that old man was hiding this matter. What was his motive? Was he really protecting Yi Xian? Or was there some other reason? Yi Xian didn't know. Moreover, he had no way of knowing. That old man was so powerful that Yi Xian didn't dare to hesitate. Therefore, he could only keep these doubts in his heart. So now, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't accept Mi Li's care. Regardless of whether this Mi Li was in cahoots with that old man, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't expose his whereabouts to someone he didn't know whether he was a friend or a foe. I know Senior is doing this for my own good. However, I still have to refuse. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I hope that I can find the path of the strong myself. Chapter 2246. Mi Yan raised her eyes slightly and looked at Yi Xian again, then asked, is this your decision? Yes, this is my decision. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. 1357924? 6810G. I finally understand why Master treats you differently. As long as you are willing, I can give you the best cultivation environment and allow you to increase your cultivation in the shortest amount of time. But you didn't. Instead, you are willing to train yourself. Very good, very good. Since you've made your choice, I won't stop you. But since Master asked me to take care of you, then I can't just ignore you. Here there are 3 letters. Perhaps they will be of help to you. Mi Yan did not give Yi Xian anything like a transcendent artifact. Instead, she gave him 3 letters. Alright, since you've made your choice, go and walk your own path. Alright, take this token. The Kunlun God domain is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Take care of yourself. Now you can leave. Yi Xian nodded and thanked her. He did not stay any longer and directly walked out. A token, 3 letters, that was all he had. Of course, Yi Xian did not know that any one of the 4 things in his hands could make the people of the Kunlun God domain go crazy. After walking out of the hall, Yi Xian quickly found Fei Yan. But at this time, Fei Yan was happily chatting with the princess. Seeing Yi Xian walk out, the princess asked in surprise, "You're out so soon?" Yi Xian smiled. "Do you think I can stay in there for long?" "That's not it. But who are you exactly?" Big sister actually asked me to go and pick you up personally. It's really strange. Yi Xian could see that this princess was probably a very simple person, but Yi Xian did not want to say too much to her. I'm just me, I'm nobody. It's just that a senior asked Master God Me Li to take care of me. And you're still saying that you're not related? Big sis has already told you her name. You've got to find her. There aren't many people in the Kunlun God domain who know Big sis' name. Forget it, forget it. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. What do you want me to do next? If there's anything I can help you with, just tell me. Thank you for your kindness, princess. For the time being, I don't have anything to trouble you with. If there is anything I need your help with in the future, I will look for you. Alright, do as you wish. She was only taking care of Yi Xian because of her sister's instructions. So, this princess naturally wouldn't care too much about Yi Xian. Yi Xian brought Fian and directly walked out of the palace. Only when he arrived outside did he let out a huge sigh of relief. In the palace, Yi Xian had been very repressed. Young master, what do we do next? Flying Smoke looked around and asked Yi Xian. Qubun, since we're already here, we might as well make the best of it. This place is already incomparably far away from Mo Beijing. Even if we want to return, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult. Let's go, we'll find a place to settle down first. In truth, Yi Xian himself had no clue at all. So, he naturally didn't know what to do. The two found an inn and temporarily stayed. Regardless of whether it was Yi Xian or Flying Smoke, they both needed time to adapt to this place. The sudden change in environment made Yi Xian feel rather uncomfortable. There were no mortals here. Even the lowest level, which Yi Xian saw, was at the deity realm and above. Furthermore, this place was completely different from Mo Beijing. If one didn't look at cultivation, this place would seem like an ordinary city. There were guards, there were all kinds of merchants. Everyone was doing their own things. It was clear that the division of labor was very clear. Master God Me, you gave Yi Xian 3 letters. Only now did Yi Xian prepare to read them. However, after he read them, he discovered that he had made ample preparations for Miyu. There were a total of 3 letters. The first was for Yi Xian to take up a position in the army. The second was for Yi Xian to join a sect. As for the third, it was for the Heavenly Jade sect. Sects were much freer than training camps. One could join and leave at any time. This was because everything in there had to be exchanged. However, the bad thing about sects was that all kinds of people could exist. Even so, it wasn't easy to join a sect. As for the army, Yi Xian wouldn't consider it, at least for now. Joining the army would bring many benefits, but the danger was also great. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he joined, he would only be cannon fodder. So, why would Yi Xian need to join? One had to know that once Yi Xian joined the army, he would undoubtedly enter the battlefield of the sovereigns. There was no need to mention the sect. Yi Xian wouldn't even consider it. Therefore, in the end, only this sect was Yi Xian's best choice. In the Kunlun divine domain, sects were divided into 5 levels, from 1 star to 5 stars. Without a doubt, 1-star sects were the weakest and 5 stars were the strongest. At this moment, Yi Xian was holding the letter of one of the only 5-star sects in the entire Kunlun divine domain, the Heavenly Jade sect. Let's go, girl. Let's go to Huiyue City. Yes, master. Yi Xian originally thought that the mainstream here was still using teleportation portals or traveling by oneself. However, it wasn't until he was about to travel that he realized that all teleportation portals in the Kunlun divine domain were strictly controlled. Apart from special people or emergency situations, no one was allowed to use the teleportation portals at other times. As for the way to travel, it was actually using divine beast carriages. Yi Xian was speechless. This was because in Yi Xian's eyes, this method of traveling was regressive and not progressing. In any case, this was a place that was much stronger than Mo's 100 territories. Yet, they were still using such a primitive method to travel. However, it wasn't until Yi Xian saw the divine beast carriage that he realized how ignorant he was. This is a carriage? Is this really a carriage? Yi Xian looked at the 9-dragon carriage in front of him in astonishment. The shock in his heart was probably only known to him. 9 three-clawed golden dragons each pulled a chain. The other end of the chain was connected to the carriage. Yes, master. According to your request, this is the best carriage in our relay station. The relay station owner looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "All right, what's wrong with this carriage?" "Master, I suggest that you rent it directly. It's not worth it. This carriage is trained by our relay station. Of course, if you want it, I can give you a 10% discount. 9 million divine crystals will do." 9 million divine crystals. He really dared to ask. "Then, how's his speed?" Yi Xian continued to ask. "Don't worry, master. The speed of this three-clawed golden dragon carriage is guaranteed to satisfy you. It can travel 100 territories in a day. It's already considered an intermediate carriage." Chapter 2247. In other words, this carriage could traverse the 100 realms of Mo in a day? Did Yi Xian hear wrongly, or did they name it too casually? It was clearly a powerful flying treasure, but they called it a carriage? In the 100 realms of Mo, even if Yi Xian used the teleportation array, he could only traverse 1 or 2 realms in a day. 1357924? 6810D. But now, the three-clawed golden dragon carriage in front of Yi Xian could traverse the 100 realms of Mo in a day. All right, Yi Xian was convinced. Perhaps what he had seen in the 100 realms of Mo could be discarded here. This was definitely not an existence that the 100 realms of Mo could compare to. However, when he heard the inn owner say that this thing could only be considered an intermediate carriage, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of buying it. If he wanted to buy, Yi Xian wanted to buy the best. If that's the case, I'll just rent it. How do I rent it? Sir, please tell me where you want to go. I want to go to Wuxia City. Yes, this was Yi Xian's choice after weighing the pros and cons. He would not join the Heavenly Jade sect. Yes, Wuxia City is not far, just 1,000 realms away. How about this, sir? You can just give me 50,000 divine crystals, of which 40,000 will be a deposit. When you reach your destination, the other 40,000 will be returned to you. 10,000 divine crystals could traverse the 1,000 realms. All right, let's do that. Yi Xian nodded. After being shocked so many times, Yi Xian was already used to it. Yi Xian and Fian both sat on the carriage. When they were actually on the road, he realized that although the name of the carriage was a little old-fashioned, its function was not simple. Cultivation, the Heavenly Key sect, the Heavenly Jade sect, and the Heavenly Brilliant sect were the 3 5-star sects of the Kunlun divine domain. Yi Xian had a letter from the Heavenly Jade sect in his hands, but Yi Xian was not prepared to join the Heavenly Jade sect. This was because Yi Xian had his own path, and Yi Xian had his own choice. Yi Xian had casually placed these 3 letters in his devouring space. At the very least, Yi Xian had no intention of using them at the moment. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at Wuxia City. He had come here because there was a 3-star school in Wuxia City. Yi Xian was preparing to join this school. Just as Yi Xian had understood, there were no requirements to join a sect. As long as you were willing, you could join. However, Yi Xian, who did not have a letter, could only listen to the arrangements. Yes, the middle second stage profound God realm is enough. All right, the registration is complete. You can go to the desolate ancient pavilion to receive guidance. When you arrive, someone will be in charge of receiving you. The total is 100,000 divine crystals, which will be your expenses for the next 3 years. Yi Xian nodded and did not say anything. He paid the divine crystals and was considered to have joined the Radiant Moon sect. Brother, are you here to sign up too? Suddenly, a youth came to Yi Xian's side and casually patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Yi Xian calmly dodged and said with a smile, "Yes. Why, are you here too?" My family wants me to receive training in the Radiant Moon sect so that I can find a way to join the army. But why are you going to the desolate ancient pavilion? The desolate ancient pavilion is the most chaotic place in the entire sect. Yi Xian did not know this, so he pretended to be casual and said, "Isn't it the same wherever you go? You have to rely on yourself anyway." The youth looked at Yi Xian in shock and said strangely, "Come on, when did you start thinking like that?" The Radiant Moon sect has 3 training pavilions: the Desolate Ancient Pavilion, the Great Flood Pavilion, and the Yuming Pavilion. Needless to say, The Yuming Pavilion is exclusive to aristocratic families. We can't enter without special permission. But the desolate ancient pavilion is prepared for those subordinate forces and commoners. As long as you pay, anyone can enter. There's almost no management. Looking at your token, you're also a noble. Why did you choose to go there? So it was because of this? The token given to Yixian was actually an identity token in the Kunlun divine domain. It represented one's family background and other circumstances. Without this, it could be said that one would not be able to move an inch in the Kunlun divine domain. In the Kunlun divine domain, there were aristocratic families, great nobles, and commoners. Of course, all of this depended on one's strength. However, it was no longer an individual force, but an entire family. The Kunlun divine domain was a completely foreign place to Yixian. It seemed that Yixian still had a lot to understand. However, he knew his own situation. Yixian had no foundation here, so choosing the desolate ancient pavilion might be his best choice. Under that person's puzzled gaze, Yixian directly brought Fian to the desolate ancient pavilion to report. After that, Yixian prepared to buy a manor with Fian. After all, Yixian did not even have a place to stay. Huiyue City could only be considered a medium-sized city in the Kunlun divine domain. Therefore, although the secret realms were all very strong, there was still a huge difference. At this time, Yixian came to the outside of a merchant association. This place specialized in manors. Hello, young master, are you preparing to buy a manor? Yes, of course. What do you have? Price is not a problem. I want the best. Yixian said generously. All right, young master, please take a look. Our merchant association currently has more than 170 manors, and among them, these are the best. They are definitely the best. The attendant waved his hand and projected a few manors, then briefly introduced them to Yixian. Young master, please take a look. This manor has its own secret realm. Although it's only the size of a realm, it can increase one's cultivation speed by 10 times. It's definitely a premium item. Young master, please take a look at this one. This manor also has its own secret realm. Moreover, it's a space of 10 realms. Although the continents in the secret realm are developed, isn't this a good opportunity for young master to seek novelty? The more Yixian listened, the more shocked he became. Good lord, these manors actually have their own secret realms. Moreover, there were so many realms of space. The range of a realm was equivalent to a continent. It would not be a problem for billions of people to live on it. But here, it was just a manor. Yixian's first reaction was that he probably could not afford it, even though Yixian had nearly 100 million divine crystals in his pocket. However, Yixian still had to ask about the price. Tell me, what's the price? Hee, if young master wants to buy, then this shop can give you a 10% discount. As for the two manors you're looking at, one will cost you 30 million, and the other will cost you 34 million. What do you think? Yixian's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed very expensive. Yixian had Emo Shangji's many years of savings. But now, it seemed like it was not much at all. A pauper has such high standards. If you can't afford it, then don't look around. Suddenly, a piercing voice reached Yixian's ears. Chapter 2248. Yixian didn't think much of it at first. After all, Yixian wasn't the only one who had come to buy a manor. 1357924? 6810 GD. However, the voice's next sentence made Yixian certain that the guy was talking about him. Hey, kid, haven't you heard of the saying, a good dog doesn't block the way? This time, the voice came directly from behind Yixian. Yixian turned around and saw a youth standing behind him. The youth seemed to be staring at the ceiling and didn't even bother to look Yixian in the eye. Behind him were 4 attendants. Are you talking to me? Yixian looked at the person and asked directly. What? Are there any other poor bastards here besides you? Sure enough, he was talking to him. Yixian was slightly angered. Yixian didn't want to cause trouble when he had just arrived in Huiyue City, but if someone dared to provoke Yixian, then there was no need for him to be polite. What did you say when you dared? I didn't hear you clearly. Yixian looked at the person and prepared to give him another chance. Ha, did you hear that? I've seen people asking to be scolded, but I've never seen someone asking to be scolded like this. Ha, you poor bastard, a good dog doesn't block the way. Hurry up and get out of my way. Yi Xian's side was extremely empty. It was obvious that this person was looking for trouble. Yi Xian smiled, the corners of his mouth rising high. Very well, it seemed that this guy was looking for death. Scram! Suddenly, Yi Xian made a move. One punch, just one punch, sent the person flying. Yi Xian didn't even bother to check the person's cultivation base. Regardless of his cultivation base, he had to pay the price for provoking Yi Xian. Boom! A berserk power erupted as the person was sent flying by Yi Xian's punch. As for the 4 followers beside him, they didn't even have time to react to what had just happened. You, how dare you hit me? That person stood up from the ground, and a divine talisman on his chest turned into dust. Yi Xian also noticed that when he punched out just now, although this fellow wasn't on guard in the slightest, the divine talisman on his chest automatically condensed into a divine shield. Damn it, don't you see? This guy dares to attack me, kill him for me. That person was flustered and exasperated, and directly ordered his followers to attack. Ding! Target has been set. Peak Domain Enlightened God. Ding! Target set, 7th stage Profound God. At the same time that person gave the order, 2 of his subordinates pounced on Yi Xian. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. 6-syllable mantra, cripple. Poop-you. With 2 muffled sounds, the arms of the 2 people who were charging towards Yi Xian turned into a bloody mist at the same time. They were instantly crippled. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent as everyone looked at Yi Xian. Actually, there was probably no one present who didn't know that young man. Surprisingly, that young man was the young master of the Lin clan, one of the 4 great clans of Wuxia City. He was usually arrogant and despotic, but in reality, the merchant association that Yi Xian was currently in was the Lin clan's property. Yi Xian had actually offended the Lin clan, one of the 4 great clans of Wuxia City, by being the first one to arrive at the city. Of course, even if it happened again, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate to attack. Speaking of which, Yi Xian was rather displeased that he'd been brought to such an unfamiliar environment for no rhyme or reason. It would have been fine if no one had provoked him, but since someone had come knocking on his door, then Yi Xian didn't mind venting. You dare attack me? You dare attack me? The young man looked at Yi Xian, his eyes half filled with fear and half anger. However, Yi Xian didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. Yi Xian had crippled the 2 of them and vented some of the anger in his heart. After all, he had come to an unfamiliar place, so Yi Xian didn't want to provoke any trouble. Of course, he had already provoked them now. Alright, let's continue. My requirements aren't high. It doesn't matter if the secret realm of the manor is small. What I need is a manor that can increase my cultivation speed by at least 50 times. Do you have that here? Yi Xian's cultivation relied on devouring, but Fei Yan still needed to cultivate. Of course, Yi Xian could absorb Fei Yan into his devouring space, but Yi Xian didn't intend to do so. Therefore, the cultivation space required by this manor was naturally prepared for Fei Yan. All right, young master. We have a set that meets your requirements. Look, it's this one. The secret realm of this manor is very small, not even 1% of the size. However, this manor has set up a special spirit gathering seal, so it can increase your cultivation speed by 50 times. Are you satisfied with it? Logically speaking, Yi Xian had made an enemy of the Lin family's young master. This merchant association was the Lin family's property, so even if they didn't immediately deal with Yi Xian, they shouldn't continue to give Yi Xian things. However, the Lin family was a business-oriented family. They had always followed the principle that whoever entered was a guest. Even if they immediately attacked Yi Xian after he walked out, as long as Yi Xian was still in their shop, they would treat him as a guest. This was one of the Lin family's characteristics. However, even so, the Lin family's reaction was still a little strange. This was because at this moment, the Lin family's young master was forcefully pulled away by an expert, as if deliberately preventing the young master from continuing his nonsense. Yi Xian didn't care about this. He looked at the manor and nodded. All right, this will be it. What's the price? Yes, this is a cheap set. I'll give young master a 10% discount. 12 million divine crystals will do. Don't worry, young master. If young master doesn't need it in the future, you can still sell it, so young master won't lose out. Yes, all right. Then this will be it. Yi Xian was in the front hall of the manor, but in the back hall, the Lin family's young master was being reprimanded by an elder. Emma, how many times have I told you? Why won't you change your nature? Why are you still causing trouble every day? Sooner or later, our Lin family will be harmed by you. Third uncle, what do you mean by that? It's fine if you don't help me teach that brat a lesson, but you're actually scolding me? I was bullied in your shop. Are you still my third uncle? Sigh, Emma, it's fine if you usually bully those commoners, but today, you even dared to provoke someone from the Divine Master family. Are you trying to kill our Lin family? Someone from the Divine Master family? Third uncle, what are you saying? That brat is just a minor aristocrat. It's not like I didn't see his identity token. He's just a minor aristocrat. Do you really think his identity token is that simple? Could it be that you didn't see what material that token was made of? Although on the surface, it looked like an ordinary small noble token, could it be that you didn't see that it was made of the divine Kunlun stone? Who in the entire Kunlun divine domain has the divine Kunlun stone? Chapter 2249. The divine Kunlun stone was not a special treasure. In fact, it had no other use other than its sturdiness. 1357924? 6810 GG. However, the divine Kunlun stone was only produced in one mine in the entire Kunlun divine domain. It had always been the symbol of the divine master's family. Of course, how could something made by a sovereign be so ordinary? Those who knew their stuff would naturally know what it was. Those who did not would not have the right to know. Fortunately, their Lin family was quite knowledgeable and was able to recognize Yi Xian's command medallion. The youth's eyes were filled with fear, but there was also a hint of killing intent hidden deep within. So what if he had the divine Kunlun stone? Yi Xian did not know this. In his eyes, what happened just now was just a small interlude. After buying a house in the manor, Yi Xian bought a few more things, and now he had a home in Huiyue City. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Before he knew it, Yi Xian had already stayed here for 2 months. The sect was very liberal. Every day, countless powerful cultivators would give lessons on all kinds of knowledge, from the creation of seals, to the creation of pills and treasures, to the creation of mystiques, and so on. There was even information on how to find special materials, and so on. Yi Xian spent the past 2 months in a very fulfilling manner. Yi Xian could devour and level up quickly, but the title of Front Crown was not something that could be obtained by devouring. On this day, Yi Xian continued to listen to lessons as usual. However, the system's sudden notification made Yi Xian ecstatic. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Front Crown. Ding! Host is currently a 2nd grade warrior, middle grade profound god. In the Kunlun divine domain, there were some people who had obtained the title of Front Crown. From the beginning, Yi Xian had suspected that there was a way to obtain it. After listening to a few lessons in the sect, Yi Xian finally sensed that it was comprehensive strength. Yes, the way to obtain the title of Front Crown could be obtained by increasing one's comprehensive strength, at least for the warrior, general, and king ranks. How could those so-called secondary professions be so unbearable? What Yi Xian had seen and heard in the 100 territories of Mo was misleading. In the 100 territories of Mo, Yi Xian saw people with special occupations. They generally had high statuses, but their realms were not high. As for those with high realms, they didn't have many secondary professions. Only when Yi Xian was constantly receiving new knowledge in this place did he finally comprehend it. In fact, any secondary profession was actually a type of strength, not just a divine ability or realm. For example, Yi Xian often used restrictions in battle. Pills could also be used in battle, and beast taming could also be used in battle. All of this depends on whether you can master it. Of course, many people didn't know this at all. And even if one knew without sufficient talent, it was impossible to say that one could learn all of them. But Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian had the system. As long as he heard something, he could quickly learn it. In just 2 short months, Yi Xian had actually obtained the title of champion of the warrior rank. What was a genius? This was a true genius. Because of this, Yi Xian became more attentive to all kinds of powers. As long as he could come into contact with something, no matter what it was, Yi Xian would learn it. Anyway, with the system, Yi Xian didn't have to worry about not being able to learn it. Yi Xian seemed to have transformed into an eager student, constantly learning. Until another half a year passed. This half a year could be considered the most peaceful half a year Yi Xian had ever been in the God realm. At one point, Yi Xian even felt that perhaps he could live a peaceful life in the God realm like this. But the God realm was the God realm after all. It was a world where the strong were respected, where the weak were the strong. It was impossible for them to have the peace they wanted. Silence and tolerance would only be seen as incompetence. On this day, Yi Xian prepared to listen to a Grandmaster Beast Tamer class as usual. But halfway there, he was stopped by someone. Cute boom, is this the kid? Yes, that's right. I've been observing him for a long time. Don't be fooled by his honest appearance, he's actually a rich man. Hee, at first we actually misjudged him. I heard that he's a minor noble. Oh, minor noble? A noble actually came to our ancient desolation hall? Let's go and ask him for some pocket money. What do you want? Yi Xian looked at these people. Perhaps his peaceful life had been too comfortable, so much so that Yi Xian's hot-bloodedness had been obliterated. Hee, we don't want to do anything. It's just that we've been a little tight lately, so we wanted to ask you for some god crystals to spend. It's not much, just 500,000. 500,000 is nothing to you. What do you think, brother? They actually dared to rob Yi Xian. Even if I have them, why should I give them to you? Yi Xian looked at these people. It had been a long time since he fought with someone. Was this peaceful life too comfortable? What, you're not going to give them? If I'm not giving them, what are you going to do about it? Good boy, how dare you be so impudent in front of us? Go, teach him a lesson. These people actually attacked without hesitation. Moreover, they wanted to steal Yi Xian's interspatial ring. You're all courting death. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly pounced forward. Yi Xian didn't want to kill anyone, so he didn't even use the God Slayer. However, with just one punch, the person in front of him died just like that. Murder! Someone killed him. Following this shout, more than 30 people appeared around Yi Xian in an instant. Moreover, all of them were at least mid-level mystic gods. The trap. This was a trap. Someone wanted to frame Yi Xian. At this time, a youth walked out. Who else could it be but the young master of the Lin family? This guy had endured for so long and finally came to seek revenge on Yi Xian. It's you. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw the young master of the Lin family. It seemed that peace on the surface could really numb people. In fact, if Yi Xian hadn't seen this guy again, he would have forgotten about what had happened. Good boy. How dare you kill someone in the sect? I think you're courting death. Everyone, go, take him back for punishment. Although they were shouting to be punished, these people all took out their Dharma treasures. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yi Xian. System, check that guy's cultivation level. Ding! Target set, low-level 8th grade Mystic God. Low-level 8th grade Mystic God? Then he was courting death. 6-syllable mantra, die. A mysterious power was activated. The young master of the Lin family didn't even have time to react before he died. Yes, Yi Xian's one sentence had taken the life of the young master of the Lin family. Young master is dead. Someone shouted in horror. In an instant, everyone rushed toward Yi Xian. 1,000 beast sword servants. Flower god sword servants. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He immediately summoned 2 great sword servants. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 god-class mounts appeared, along with flower goddess Many Flowers. Chapter 2250. Girl, hurry up and leave. Yi Xian sent a telepathic message to Fian. 1357924? 6810G. There was no way Yi Xian could stay in the Huiwe sect and Huiwe city any longer. Yi Xian did not know much about the past half a year, but he was very clear about the young master of the Lin family and the strength of the Lin family. While the 1,000 beast sword servants were blocking those people, Yi Xian did not care too much and rushed out. Indeed, as soon as Yi Xian left, several experts rushed over. All of them were true immortals. Yi Xian did not dare to hesitate and ran for his life. As he ran, Yi Xian was filled with regret. He did not regret killing the young master of the Lin family, but his own carelessness and laziness. Yi Xian, did you really think that you could live a peaceful life in the Kunlun God domain? Without strength, you would only be trampled on no matter where you went. Today, it was the young master of the Lin family. Who would it be tomorrow? Damn it, I was slacked off by a peaceful life. Yi Xian was infuriated. After such a long time, he had not improved at all. Although he had obtained the title of champion, it could also be said that he had obtained it by accident, and not through Yi Xian's own hard work. It could even be said that Yi Xian had not thought of this when he first joined the sect. He wanted to leave Wuxia city. No, to be precise, he wanted to leave all cities. Yi Xian did not belong in the city at all. Yi Xian did not have the right to enjoy it yet. Luo was waiting for Yi Xian to rescue her. Yi Xian had not completed the system's mission, and even the system had not been fully repaired yet. Looks like I have to thank the young master of the Lin family. If he had not beaten me awake, perhaps I would really be living such a peaceful life. Lin family? Wuxia city? Yi Xian will return one day. Don't worry, it won't be long. After Fian teleported to Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian began his plan again. During this time, Yi Xian had gained some understanding of the Kunlun God domain and collected some maps. Now, Yi Xian's temporary choice was to go to an ancient ruin. It was said that many people would come here to explore, but no one had ever entered it. It was said that it was extremely dangerous and had powerful illusions. Yi Xian wanted to see what was so mysterious about this place. Soon Yi Xian came to a place. Was Yi Xian was immortal? The immortal god immortal Iman was immortal was immortal was the immortal mortal Iman. And immortal. One of them was mainly used for killing and was guarded by countless divine beasts. It could be said that many people would be trapped to death by the main illusion. As for the last one, it was the pressure, which was so strong that it could destroy the godhood of anyone who entered. Yi Xian had chosen the path of slaughter. Divine beasts? Yi Xian lacked the corpses of divine beasts. Just like before, Fian only waited outside while Yi Xian entered alone. The moment Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the White Valley, he saw a divine beast blocking in front of Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. Target is high-level Heavenly God. Heavenly God stage? Yi Xian smiled and killed him with a casual swing of his sword. He did not even look at the corpse before swallowing it whole. It seemed that all the divine beasts here had their own territories. As long as Yi Xian did not enter their territories, these divine beasts would not attack. Therefore Yi Xian benefited. Along the way, Yi Xian did not care what cultivation level the divine beasts were. He killed and swallowed all of them. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level 3 middle level profound God stage. The long-awaited notification finally sounded. Finally, he had broken through. However, this was just the beginning because Yi Xian was about to start a new round of crazy leveling. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. A powerful divine beast is detected ahead. Please take note. The system actually gave an early warning. It seemed that he had really encountered a powerful divine beast. Yi Xian raised his guard and continued forward. Soon, Yi Xian found a divine beast. At the same time, the system notification sounded again. Ding! System notification. Target is peak high-level profound God stage. Ding! System notification. Special high-level devouring beast detected. It was actually a devouring beast. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. No matter what, Yi Xian would not let him go. This guy was not only a devouring beast, but a special devouring beast. In other words, once Yi Xian was killed, not only would he be able to obtain devouring points, but he would also be able to obtain special materials. Peak high-level profound god stage? It was indeed a little tricky. However, Yi Xian still had a title now, even if it was only at the warrior level. The title would be refreshed, but it would be refreshed once for every level. In other words, as long as Yi Xian did not level up to the high-level profound god stage. Then, as long as he was at the middle-level profound god stage, his title would still exist, and he would be able to obtain a boost in strength. At this time, although Yi Xian was only at the middle-level third-level profound god stage, it was not that he did not have a chance to kill this divine beast. Of course, it was necessary to make some preparations in advance. Yi Xian's figure moved, and resources were constantly being used, and restrictions were being set up one after another. Yes, since this guy was so strong, Yi Xian would borrow the power of the restrictions. At the same time, Yi Xian also created a few small self-destructing restrictions. Self-destructing restrictions were similar to self-destructing magic treasures. They were one-time consumables, but their power was not bad. After the preparations were done, Yi Xian summoned the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants and the Deity Flower Sword Servants. At the same time, he held the God Slayer in his hand. Wei Zhentian, look at the new magic treasure form today. Wei Zhentian immediately flew out of the God Slayer and transformed into his magic treasure form. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian liked the first one. Mountain Breaking Hammer. Every attack has a chance to stun the opponent. The effect was not bad. Although it was only a chance, Yi Xian liked the appearance of the sledgehammer. The divine beast was about 10 meters tall, and it was perfect to use the sledgehammer to deal with it. Go! In an instant, the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants and the Deity Flower Sword Servants rushed out with the Deity Flower Sword Servants and the Deity Flower Sword Servants. The divine beast naturally noticed Yi Xian, but Yi Xian did not enter its territory, so it did not pay attention. Now that Yi Xian had barged in, it immediately roared and charged. Roar! The divine beast roared, and its body suddenly expanded several times. At the same time, its claws were already slamming down. Boom! At least 20 divine beasts were sent flying. However, the rest of the leveling mounts took the opportunity to pounce on it. Roar! Another deafening roar rang out as the divine beast whipped its tail and sent another dozen or so divine beast mounts flying. Amazing! Yi Xian watched from afar, but did not pay much attention. Chapter 2251. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. All of a sudden, Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, sending 7 rays of light towards the divine beast. 1357924? 6810 Yi Xian leaped into the air with the god-slaying sword in his left hand and the mountain-breaking hammer in his right. That was not the end. Under Yi Xian's control, 5 small seals were activated behind Yi Xian, pouncing towards the divine beast. Boom! 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 5 loud explosions rang out, accompanied by the sound of the god-slaying slash hitting the divine beast. Die for me! Yi Xian struck out with both hands. Bam! The divine beast was sent flying by Yi Xian. However, it was not dead yet. After all, it was a divine beast of the upper-level profound god realm. How could it die so easily? Of course, his doomsday had already arrived. Devour spiritual sense. The divine beast was already injured. Coupled with the sudden attack of the spiritual sense, its body stiffened slightly. However, in that instant, Yi Xian's attack arrived once again. Boom! The mountain-breaking hammer smashed down. The divine beast was stunned again. It turned out that the mountain-breaking hammer's stun effect was activated. Good chance. Yi Xian threw out the 2 weapons in his hands at the same time. In mid-air, Wei Zhentian had already taken control of the god-slaying sword and launched a fierce attack. Of course, Yi Xian was not idle either. At the same time, he activated the seals that he had set up earlier. Violent attacks were launched in that instant. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Devour points. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine soul fragment. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special material, the Heart of Fury. Ha! Yi Xian laughed. As expected, one's strength could only be improved through battle. Devouring Hand. The corpse of the devouring beast naturally could not be wasted. After all, it was still a divine beast of the upper-level profound god realm. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level profound god realm. Awesome. Yi Xian had not felt so good in a long time. Now that he thought about it, his days in the Radiant Moon School had never been as passionate as this. Continue forward. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian led the Divine Tear Mount and the Divine Blossom Sword servants forward. Once again, Yi Xian killed and devoured many mythological beast corpses. Until Yi Xian reached a door. Ding. Host has discovered a random hidden mission, White Valley Secret. Ding. System notification. If the host explores the White Valley, the host will receive a random reward. Did I trigger a random mission? Yi Xian smiled and swung the god-slaying sword in his hand, breaking the door open with brute force. Boom. The berserk power instantly shattered the door as Yi Xian walked in. However, Yi Xian's sword had created a huge problem. Just as Yi Xian entered through the door, several powerful mythical beasts suddenly rushed over. Furthermore, without exception, all of them were completely white. Could this be why the White Valley was called the White Valley? Ding. Host, please note that all mythological beasts of the White Valley have the title of Warrior Front Crown. Ding. System notification. Host has completed a random mission and received a fragment of the Heart of Transmission. Ding. System notification. Host is advised to leave immediately. Holy shit. Did I complete the mission just like that? Furthermore, even without the system's reminder, Yi Xian was already running away. They were all mythological beasts with the title of Warrior Front Crown. There was no way they could win. Fortunately, the moment Yi Xian exited the door, the mythological beasts stopped chasing him. However, upon seeing this, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Hey, these guys don't seem to be able to walk out of the door. Then should I make use of them? Yes, seeing that the mythological beasts could not walk out of the door, Yi Xian had an idea. Then, let's give it a try. Yi Xian quickly began to set up restrictions one by one. After he was done, Yi Xian carefully directed the 1,000 beast sword servants to move forward. Indeed, as soon as the 1,000 beast sword servants entered, several mythological beasts of the White Valley immediately charged towards them. This is the effect I wanted. Activate the restrictions. In an instant, Yi Xian focused all the restrictions on one of the mythological beasts of the White Valley. At the same time, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and charged forward. A series of violent skills killed one of the mythological beasts of the White Valley. Devour. Yi Xian activated the Devourer ability again. This time, Yi Xian did not level up so quickly. However, he still received a piece of good news. Ding. System notification. Host has devoured a Warrior Front Crown. The Devour ability has been upgraded. From now on, the system will devour the corpses of mythological beasts with the title of Warrior Front Crown. The experience gained will be increased, but the experience gained from the corpses of normal mythological beasts will remain the same. Yes, this was to be expected. One had to know that mythological beasts of the White Valley were not easy to deal with. Using the same method, Yi Xian continued to use the same method to kill more than 10 mythological beasts of the White Valley. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Middle Tier 5 Mystic God Stage. Another level up. Awesome. However, just as Yi Xian was about to continue, he heard a voice. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Do you want to die? Ding. System notification. Warning, warning. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. Ding. System notification. Detecting the aura of a peak true god stage elite. Ding. System notification. Detecting the members of the Annihilation Organization. Holy shit. Yi Xian did not care so much. He ordered the 1,000 beast sword servants and deity blossom sword servants to charge forward with their divine mounts and 100 blossom sword servants. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. What did he just hear? Annihilation Organization. Annihilation Organization again. This haunting Annihilation Organization, Was it really such a coincidence that he would meet them again so soon? The last time in the 100 territories of Mo, although Yi Xian killed a member of Annihilation Organization and destroyed the puppet Mo Shanga, the ancient demon god was still taken away by Annihilation Organization. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would meet someone from Annihilation Organization again in the Kunlun god territory? This was really haunting. Yi Xian did not dare to stay any longer. He ran far away in one breath before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, that guy did not notice Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian would be in deep trouble this time. One had to know that Annihilation Organization was extremely mysterious. Once someone entered their territory, they would definitely kill to silence them. System, oh system, this time, Yi Xian had been tricked. What did it say that he had already completed the random mission? The biggest secret was obviously the Annihilation Organization. Yi Xian would not be going to the White Valley for the time being. However, he noted it down. If there was someone from Annihilation in the White Valley, then Yi Xian would definitely not let it go. After stopping, Yi Xian finally noticed the two special materials he had obtained this time, the Heart of Brutality and the Heart of Teleportation. He wondered what these two items could be used for. Heart of Brutality, special item, used for the Brutal Sword Servant. The Brutal Sword Servant's special ability is to fight to the death. Once a battle begins, it will not end until the target is killed. Furthermore, the Brutal Sword Servant has the ability to grow. The specific growth is unknown. Chapter 2252. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the introduction was simple, Yi Xian already knew that these two items were good stuff. 1357924? 6810 Yi Sword Attendant and a Mystique. To be honest, Yi Xian was in need of sword attendants, especially those who could scout for Yi Xian. Previously, when he was at the 8th heaven, he had the invincible sword god's doppelganger to scout. However, after ascending to the 9th heaven, the system entered stealth mode and made mistakes. Now, every time Yi Xian went on an adventure, he could only do it himself. Hence, there were many records of him encountering danger. Unfortunately, without suitable materials, Yi Xian could do nothing. He put away the two special materials. Yi Xian called for the system. System, where should I go next? Ding. System notification. According to the information the host has, the host's best choice is to go to the Ethereal Floating Island. The Ethereal Floating Island. When Yi Xian was at the Radiant Moon sect, he had heard a rumor. It was said that in the Kunlun god domain, there was a mysterious race. The gods of this race did not have a fixed form, because they were a type of spiritual god. However, this race produced a very special material, the Ethereal Divine Stone. The Ethereal Divine Stone was the best material for god talismans, and god talismans were much more convenient than seals. Seals were usually fixed in one place, and small seals were not powerful enough. However, god talismans were different. God talismans were easy to carry around, and they could produce all kinds of special god talismans. After all, using seals consumed too many resources, and it was very inconvenient. Hence, Yi Xian prepared to make god talismans as a support method. Anyway, with the system, as long as he had the materials, refining was not a problem. Hence, Yi Xian paid special attention to the Ethereal Floating Island. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this mysterious race had completely disappeared. Yi Xian could only look for the Ethereal Floating Island and see if he could find some Ethereal Divine Stones. Alright, then let's go to the Ethereal Floating Island. System, maintain detection mode at all times. I'm afraid it won't be so easy this time. Ding. Detection mode has been activated. Target is Ethereal Floating Island. Yi Xian nodded and quickly flew towards the legendary location where the floating island had last appeared. Young master, where are we going this time? Along the way, Flying Smoke asked Yi Xian. Oh, this time we're going to the Ethereal Floating Island. I'm going to look for ethereal spirit stones to refine divine talismans. Ethereal Floating Island? Sir, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. The Ethereal Floating Island has actually disappeared along with the Ethereal tribe. How did you know? After Yi Xian asked this question, he immediately reacted. Wasn't Fian from the spiritual god clan? Although it was different from the empty spirit clan, they were still from the spirit god clan. Perhaps Fian would know some useful information. Girl, what do you know? Hurry up and tell me. Young master, as far as I know, the empty spirit clan has already gone into hiding. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find them. However, since young master is looking for materials for the divine talisman, there are many materials that can replace or even surpass the empty spirit stone. I suggest that young master go to the divine talisman tribe. Divine talisman tribe? What's that? Why do they still call it a tribe? Young master, please don't mind. The divine talisman tribe is originally a foreign tribe, so it's not strange for them to have such a name. Moreover, their forces are spread throughout the entire divine realm. As long as you can find them, you might be able to obtain a great opportunity. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that Fian didn't know the exact location of the divine talisman tribe. Girl, do you have a way to find them? Yes, young master. I once had the chance to meet a 9th grade talisman master of the divine talisman tribe. She left me a special treasure that is specially used to find the divine talisman tribe. As she spoke, Fian handed Yi Xian a strange leaf. Ding. System notification. According to the records of the ancient divine emperor's inheritance, the divine talisman tribe is a hidden tribe. Its members are spread throughout the entire divine realm, and every branch is constantly on the move. The divine talisman tribe is one of the top 10 talisman tribes in the divine realm and possesses countless mysterious divine talismans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the chain mission, Divine Talisman Inheritance. Ding! This mission will reward the host according to the number of segments completed and completion rate. It was another random mission. His luck was pretty good. Yi Xian nodded. Since Fian and the system said so, then Yi Xian naturally had to find the divine talisman tribe. Fian, how do I use this leaf? Yi Xian took the leaf and studied it for a long time. However, he couldn't decipher how to use it, so he could only ask Fian. Young master, this leaf is actually a special sensing divine talisman. Young master, please pay attention to the golden line on the leaf. That golden line is the direction it points to. Needless to say, if it wasn't for Fian's reminder, Yi Xian wouldn't have noticed that there were countless thin lines on the leaf. Moreover, there were many different colors. Just the thin golden lines alone numbered over 100. However, after Fian pointed them out, Yi Xian realized that there was only one of these thin lines. No matter how Yi Xian changed his position, he would always point in one direction. Since it was like this, then Yi Xian didn't hesitate. He directly followed the golden line's guidance and walked forward. About 7 or 8 days later, Yi Xian arrived at a city. This time, he deliberately came. As for the reason, Yi Xian wanted to buy a carriage. Otherwise, it would be too slow to travel by himself. Yi Xian directly arrived at the city's relay station. After some negotiations, he chose a carriage that was not bad. Although it couldn't compare to the 3-clawed golden dragon carriage, it still had the speed of 50 realms of daily travel. At least, it was much better than Yi Xian traveling by himself. However, just as Yi Xian put away the carriage, he found that he was surrounded. It could be said that Yi Xian didn't have any enemies here. Then, who are these people? Have you confirmed the target? Yes, confirmed. According to the mission requirements, it is indeed this person. Okay, then let's do it. Kill him and complete the mission. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at these people. He couldn't figure out who they were. Who are we? There's no harm in telling you. After all, you're already a dead man. Brat, you've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Someone is willing to pay 10 million divine crystals to buy your life. Alright, cut the crap and die. Ding. System notification. Target set, 7th grade upper profound god. Ding. System notification. Hidden hostility detected. Host, please take note. Hidden hostility? Did that mean that someone was secretly lying in ambush? Who are these people? Assassins? They should be. Since they said that someone paid for Yi Xian's life, then they should be assassins. But the key point was, who would pay for Yi Xian's life? Huiyue City's Lin family? Chapter 2253. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian did not know who wanted to kill Yi Xian, but no matter who it was, Yi Xian would not sit still and wait for death. 1357924? 6810G. You want to kill me? Just you? You don't have the qualifications. There were a total of 3 people on the other side, but other than the 7th grade profound god, the other 2 were nothing to be afraid of. As for the assassin hiding in the dark, Yi Xian did not care too much. This kind of assassin could only rely on sneak attacks and wanted to kill in one blow. However, with the system, it was almost impossible to sneak attack Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian's fearless appearance, the leader laughed and said, "Kid, do you think you can save your life by pretending to be calm? You can't escape today. Kill him." As the leader's voice fell, the 2 mid-grade profound gods beside him suddenly moved and rushed toward Yi Xian. A faint light appeared between their hands, and they did not use any artifacts. No, they had refined their own hands into magic treasures. What a strange cultivation method. It could be said that Yi Xian had never seen such a method before. There were many people who cultivated their bodies, and even Yi Xian strengthened his physique. However, to refine one's own body into an artifact, Yi Xian had never heard of such a strange method before. Of course, with just this little bit of skill, Yi Xian wouldn't put it in his eyes. Deity vanquishing slash. Yi Xian casually slashed out. In Yi Xian's eyes, this slash was enough to kill the 2 people. However, the result was out of Yi Xian's expectations. This time, Yi Xian attacked with 6 slashes. 6 deity vanquishing slashes sword lights. Not to mention mid-grade profound gods, even high-grade profound gods would be severely injured. But the reality was that those 2 had actually caught Yi Xian's attack with both hands. In fact, he even dared to crush the sword light with both of his hands. What a strange cultivation method. Yi Xian was stunned. At that moment, Yi Xian actually saw a mysterious power appear between their hands. That power directly bound the deity slaying slash, which was condensed from divine power and then squeezed. The divine power shattered and turned into nothingness. Yi Xian had never seen such power before. It seemed that these people also had some special divine abilities. However, if they could withstand the deity slaying slash, would they be able to withstand the 6-syllable mantra? Yi Xian said coldly as he looked at the 2 of them. A mysterious power was activated. A mysterious power that only Yi Xian could sense suddenly rushed towards the 2 people. In just an instant, the 2 figures that were sprinting stopped. Then, with a thump, they fell to the ground, never to get up. Their godheads had been shattered, and they couldn't be more dead. When the superior profound god saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't even see Yi Xian make a move. He only said the word, "die," but his 2 subordinates died immediately. This kind of terrifying strength made him feel apprehensive. Ding! Warning! An unknown attack has been detected. The system has automatically taken over the defense. Ding! Crisis averted. It was the hidden killer. This guy knew how to find the right time to make a move. However, if he wanted to sneak up on Yi Xian, he wasn't qualified enough. That person's figure was exposed, but his eyes were filled with astonishment. Logically speaking, the time just now was undoubtedly the best time to make a move. Yi Xian's vigilance was already at its lowest. However, he clearly saw that Yi Xian had relaxed, but when he made a move, Yi Xian still made the most timely and correct choice, which was to directly resist the opponent's attack. It could be said that he had killed countless people, but he had never seen anyone with such a fast reaction. In fact, even a superior profound god didn't have such a strong reaction time. The killer was stunned. Naturally, his figure slowed down by half a beat, and he didn't retreat immediately. However, just because he was in a daze didn't mean that Yi Xian was also in a daze. "You dare to sneak up on me? You're courting death. Wei Zhentian, kill him for me." Following Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian directly controlled the god-slaying sword and suddenly rushed out. The killer didn't even have time to react before the god-slaying sword pierced through him. His godhead shattered instantly, and he gradually lost consciousness. In just one encounter, 3 of the 4 killers had pen names. As for the remaining superior profound god assassin, one could imagine the shock in his heart. Damn it, whose information is this? What did they say that this kid is just an ordinary mid-level profound god? Can this kind of power be considered ordinary? The killer's face was filled with shock, and at the same time, he quickly retreated. He actually didn't dare to make a move against Yi Xian and wanted to escape. Want to escape? Is it that simple? Psychic control. Psychic control couldn't control this person, but Yi Xian just needed to buy some time. A powerful psychic attack erupted from Yi Xian's body. Psychic control wasn't something that could be resisted easily. Although the superior profound god assassin resisted and broke free of the psychic control attack in a moment, he still couldn't recover. However, when he recovered, he was shocked to find that there was a huge wound on his chest, and his godhead had long been shattered. When did you? Perhaps he wanted to ask when Yi Xian attacked. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to finish this sentence. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian collected the 4 interspatial rings. There are quite a lot of things. It seems that they are all the things of the targets they killed. Unfortunately, there's nothing that I need. Then I'll just devour them. Ding! The host has broken through. The current level is mid-level 6th level profound god. He had broken through again. It could be said that Yi Xian needed to devour a huge amount of resources to level up. However, these 4 people's interspatial rings were actually enough for Yi Xian to level up once. It was obvious that they must have killed many people and robbed many people of their resources. Of course, now it was all Yi Xian's fault. Yi Xian also wanted to know who sent these people, but after all, Yi Xian's main goal now was to find the Divine Talisman tribe. Therefore, Yi Xian had to put the matter of these killers aside for the time being. However, once Yi Xian was free, Yi Xian would definitely ask for an explanation for what happened today. Yi Xian continued to move forward. Following the guidance of the leaf, Yi Xian hurried on with the carriage. Before he knew it, he had already traveled the distance of 700 Du realms. However, Yi Xian was now lost. In other words, Yi Xian was blocked by a mysterious restriction. Hey, Fian, no, we're back to where we were just now. Yes, just an hour ago, Yi Xian had left this place. However, an hour later, Yi Xian had returned to the original place. It should be known that using a carriage to hurry on with the journey was extremely fast. In fact, an hour was already very far away. Cultivation, however, there was only one possibility for returning to the original place. That was, Yi Xian had gone in a big circle. It should be known that Yi Xian had been following the direction of the golden line on the leaf. Chapter 2254. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If Yi Xian had returned to the starting point, there was only one possibility. 1357924? 6810 G. The golden thread on the leaf wasn't pointing in the wrong direction. It was pointing to a single point. The reason Yi Xian hadn't discovered this was because Yi Xian had been careless. However, it was more likely that someone had set up a powerful restriction here. Anyone who entered this place would subconsciously be led in the wrong direction without realizing it. It seemed that Yi Xian had found the location. The Divine Talisman tribe should be hidden within this restriction. However, if Yi Xian wanted to find the people of the Divine Talisman tribe, the first thing he had to do was find a way to break the restriction in front of him. System, break the restriction. Ding. System notification. This restriction is too powerful. The host's level is not high enough to break it. What? The system couldn't break it? After all, this was the hidden place of the Divine Talisman tribe. It would be strange if there weren't any special protective restrictions. Now, with the existence of such a restriction, Yi Xian's heart was much more at ease. He had finally found the place. Yi Xian hadn't searched for so long in vain. However, the question came up again. Then, how could Yi Xian break through this restriction and enter? Yi Xian could roughly understand how this restriction worked. This restriction was similar to a trick and a trick. It didn't have any intention of harming people. It just wanted to lure them away. Therefore, it didn't make sense to use one's eyes or divine consciousness to find the way. So what should he do? 1,000 beast sword servants. Suddenly, Yi Xian summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants. 1,000 beast sword servants, seal off your 5 senses, divine consciousness and other senses. Then, follow this direction and go straight. Yi Xian ordered. Since you want to lure me away, I don't need any senses. Let's see how you're going to do it. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, the 1,000 beast sword servants immediately took action. In an instant, the 1,000 beast sword servant became blind and deaf. His divine sense also disappeared. However, his footsteps did not stop at all. He continued to walk forward. Girl, let's go. Let's follow them. Without hesitation, Yi Xian followed behind the 1,000 beasts sword servant. A moment later, as expected, the path the 1,000 beasts sword attendant took changed from the straight line in Yi Xian's eyes. At this time, a large boulder blocked the 1,000 beasts sword servant's path, but the 1,000 beasts sword servant did not hesitate and directly crashed into it. However, the 1,000 beasts sword attendant was not blocked by the stone. Its figure blurred slightly as it passed through it. It was indeed a smoke screen. Yi Xian naturally didn't hesitate and immediately followed him. Once they passed through, the scene immediately changed. All kinds of strange scenes appeared inexplicably. Sometimes it was a sea of fire, sometimes it was thunder and lightning, and sometimes it was mythical beasts running amok. However, no matter what kind of scene it was, there was one thing in common, and that was that there was no real danger here. What a divine talisman tribe. They don't want to be discovered, but they won't even use vicious mechanisms to hurt people. I want to see what's so special about this divine talisman tribe. Yi Xian led Fian. Not long after, they finally passed through the layers of illusions and directly arrived at the interior. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission. Find the divine talisman tribe. There is no reward for now. This was a quiet mountain village. Many unique houses stood around. From time to time, a few people would casually walk around. It was as if this was a paradise in the realm of the gods. The people here seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world. Yi Xian also noticed that these people were indeed from a different race. They were not tall, only about 1 meter tall. Their eyes were both blue and red. They did not have hair, and there were rings of light above their heads. Their left hands generally had 6 fingers, but their right hands only had 4. Were these people from the divine talisman tribe? Halt! For you. When Yi Xian put away the 1,000 beast sword servants and walked toward the village, a person holding a spear blocked his way. Hello, I am Yi Xian, and she is Fian. Are you from the divine talisman tribe? Yes, we are from the divine talisman tribe. However, how did you find this place? We used this. Yi Xian took out the leaf. Since this leaf was given by the divine talisman tribe, it must be a symbol of status. A leaf from the divine talisman tree. So you are a guest. Please follow me. Sure enough, when he saw the leaf, a smile appeared on that person's face. At the same time, he was much more polite to Yi Xian. How rare. Our tribe has not had a guest for more than 100,000 years. I will immediately inform Elder Fuyi. He will definitely be very happy. That person brought Yi Xian into the village. After introducing Yi Xian and the others to the villagers, he immediately left. When they heard that Yi Xian had come with a leaf from the divine talisman tree, the people of the divine talisman tribe were very enthusiastic. Many young men and women even surrounded Yi Xian and asked about the outside world. These people had never left the tribe before. Even if they migrated every time, it was in an illusion. It could be said that they had no idea what the outside world was like. To be honest, Yi Xian did not know much. However, he still patiently explained to them what Yi Xian knew. Soon, an elder came over. Elder Fuyi. All the villagers bowed respectfully to Elder Fuyi. Ding. System notification. The target's realm is too high. Unable to detect. It was actually a super strong cultivator. Since the system could not detect, it proved that this person was most likely a super existence at the King God realm. Yi Xian naturally did not dare to be presumptuous. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, Junior Yi Xian greets Elder Fuyi. Ha, good. It has been a long time since someone came to our tribe. Our tribe has never been in contact with the outside world, and we do not know about divine talismans. I did not expect that you would have the guidance of the divine talisman tree. The elder first looked at the leaf in Yi Xian's hand and said happily. It was obvious that they were very interested in the leaf in Yi Xian's hand, although Yi Xian did not know what use it had. However, he was sure that this leaf was not something simple. Fian seemed to be from the spiritual god tribe, so she could communicate with the talisman tribe quickly. At that moment, Fian had already been pulled to the other side by a few young women of the divine talisman tribe. Yi Xian naturally did not care so much. Little guy, why have you come to our divine talisman tribe? Elder Fu Yi asked Yi Xian with a smile. Chapter 2255. Therefore, Yi Xian directly told them that he had originally planned to look for the Void Spirit Stone, but had come here because he found out that the divine talisman race's rune techniques were even more powerful. 1357924? 6810D. Oh, you want to learn runes? Or do you want to obtain rune materials? Unexpectedly, it was just as Fian had said. The people of the divine talisman tribe didn't care about their motives. When Yi Xian said his intentions, Elder Fu Yi didn't ask any more questions. Of course I want to learn runes. However, I also need to obtain some rune materials. Oh, so that's how it is. You have the leaves of the rune divine tree, so we can allow you to learn the basic rune techniques in the rune pavilion. However, because you are an outsider, you can only learn in the first 3 pavilions. If you want to learn more runes, then you need to go to the Rune Valley by yourself. You can kill rune beasts there and obtain the materials you want. You can also learn some rune methods. Yi Xian nodded. The way the rune tribe treated their guests was really simple. However, if it was a simple rune, it wasn't necessary for Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to learn runes, then he wanted to learn the highest level runes. Elder, if I want to learn the highest level runes, can I? You want to become a high-level rune master. Young man, of course I won't stop you. If you really have the talent, then of course you can learn it. However, it's not that easy to become a high-level rune master. In the outside world, the so-called rune masters are only intermediate-level rune masters in our tribe. Now you should know how difficult it is to learn runes. Yi Xian nodded but didn't care at all. Because he had the system, there was nothing that Yi Xian couldn't learn. Elder, don't worry. I will work hard. Good boy, do as you wish. I will arrange a place for you in the tribe, and all the places in our tribe are open to you. You can go wherever you want. However, young man, I don't know if you can give me the leaf of the rune divine tree in your hand. I am willing to give you rune materials. Yi Xian was a little surprised. He didn't know what this elder wanted the leaf for. Yi Xian took it out and handed it to Elder Fu Yi, then asked, Elder, there is something that I don't understand. Elder, why do you want this leaf? Human brat, you're not a member of my divine talisman clan, so it's not strange that you don't know. There's only one divine tree of runes in the entire divine world, and it's our divine talisman clan's natal divine tree. There will always be 1,000 leaves, and if you pluck a leaf, you'll need 90 million years to grow another. 5 Xian, 10 Yes divine. Yi leaf divine. There were only 1,000 leaves in the entire divine realm, and one would only grow every 90 million years. Yi Xian was shocked. This wasn't something that could only be described as precious. What was Fian's identity? Why would the divine talisman tribe give her such a precious thing? As for Yi Xian understood why he was able to receive so much special treatment. In the eyes of this tribe, even 10,000 Yi Xians wouldn't be as precious as that leaf. Of course, the leaf of the rune divine tree was useless in Yi Xian's hands. In that case, it wasn't a loss to use it to exchange for something that Yi Xian needed. Yi Xian displayed his strong learning ability in the following days. According to the divine talisman tribe's classification system, rune masters were divided into 6 levels: apprentice, primary, intermediate, advanced, master, and legendary. An ordinary person would need at least a few hundred years to reach the apprentice level. However, Yi Xian only took 7 days. In 7 days, Yi Xian had grasped all of the elementary runes. Everyone in the Divine Talisman tribe looked at him as if he was a monster. However, the real shock was yet to come. Xian only took 3 months to become a primary runemaster. Xian only took 5 months to become an intermediate runemaster. One had to know that in this tribe, there were less than 300 intermediate runemasters. There were more than 30,000 people in this tribe, but only 300 of them had become intermediate runemasters. This showed how low the ratio was. However, Xian only took 8 months. In just 8 months, he completed all the intermediate runemaster cultivation and started the advanced runemaster cultivation. This was simply like a legend, as expected of the person who owns the rune divine tree's leaf. How could he be a human? Such a person would have a chance to become a legendary existence in our Divine Talisman tribe. Elder Fu Yi looked at Xian, who was studying runes from afar, and his eyes were full of reluctance and shock. He was reluctant because Xian was so talented, but he wasn't a member of the Divine Talisman tribe. At this time, Xian had a large pile of materials in front of him. Ever since Xian had displayed his powerful talent, the Divine Talisman tribe had provided him with all kinds of materials to facilitate his learning. However, Xian finally encountered a problem when he reached the advanced runemaster level. System, I have already failed 3 times in these 17 consecutive explosive runes. Are you sure you can't help me anymore? Ding. System notification. Host's level is not high enough. The system's authority is limited and cannot help the host. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission, Intermediate Runemaster. There is no reward for now. His level was not high enough. Xian was also quite depressed. This meant that Xian had already mastered the highest rune refinement technique that he could at his current level. Was he going to give up just like that? However, Xian was still quite unwilling to give up. Moreover, it would be very difficult for Xian to obtain a second leaf from the Divine Tree of Runes. How could Xian be willing to give up such a good learning opportunity in vain? However, should he level up now and come back? It wasn't as if Xian hadn't tried. Those rune beasts would drop some rune materials, but the experience gained after devouring them was very little. This was because almost all of those rune beasts were reared by the Divine Talisman tribe, and they were generally at the True God realm or the Sky God realm. It was very difficult to find even a single spiritual God realm cultivator. According to the rules, once Xian left this tribe, it would be considered as giving up this learning opportunity. The tribe would migrate again, and it would be impossible for Xian to find him again. This made Xian feel like he was in a dilemma. Of course, Xian also knew that with what he had learned now, he would probably be considered a super runemaster in the outside world. After all, the ultimate runemaster of the Divine Talisman tribe was already a master in the outside world. Moreover, Xian had also learned all the rune techniques in this tribe that he could learn, including some rare rune techniques that had been passed down since ancient times. Chapter 2256. Xian sighed. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth after all. 1357924? 6810 GGGD. However, Xian was still quite satisfied with his harvest this time. After learning so many runes, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. It was time to leave. Xian had already stayed in the Divine Talisman tribe for almost a year. It was time to leave. When Xian suggested leaving, the people of the Divine Talisman tribe were obviously reluctant to part with him. After all, in their eyes, Xian should be part of their tribe, not a human. Elder Fu Yi looked at Xian with some reluctance in his eyes. Xian, are you really leaving? Elder, don't try to persuade me. Although I can't bear to part with everyone, I still have my own mission. Therefore, I can't continue to stay here. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. If there is a chance, I will come back and learn runes again. Elder Fu Ye's expression kept changing. Suddenly, he seemed to have made a very difficult decision. Xian, this time, this old man will take a gamble. For you, this old man will also take a gamble this time. Gamble? The people of the Divine Talisman tribe actually said the word gamble. What was Elder Fu Yi thinking? Yi Xian, as the 9,432nd Guardian Elder of the Xianxia Divine Talisman Tribe, I now appoint you as the 945th Honorary Guardian Elder of the Xianxia Divine Talisman Tribe. Furthermore, from today onwards, the Xianxia Divine Talisman Tribe announces the birth of the tribe. What? The entire Xian Divine Talisman Tribe was shocked. Birth? They were actually going to be born. One had to know that there were many hidden tribes in the divine realm. They didn't participate in any of the matters of the divine realm. They lived in the divine realm with their own unique way of survival. The Divine Talisman Tribe was the same. However, each tribe of the Divine Talisman Tribe had the right to choose whether to live in seclusion or birth. The condition for the birth of the Divine Talisman Tribe was that their guardian elder had to be recognized by the Divine Rune Tree. Xianxia Divine Talisman Race's Elder Fu Yi was indeed gambling. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, he heard Elder Fu Yi continue. Yi Xian, during this period of time, we have all seen your actions and character. We elders have discussed this matter several times, and we have decided to appoint you as the next guardian elder. This is everyone's decision. Are you willing to accept it? I'll say this first. If you become our guardian elder, not only will you not receive any benefits, you will also have to take care of our tribe at all times. Otherwise, you will be punished by the Divine Talisman Tree. You have to think carefully before making a decision. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission. The recognition of the Divine Talisman Tribe will not be rewarded for now. Yi Xian began to ponder. On the surface, this seemed like a burden to Yi Xian. Once he agreed, he would need to take care of the Divine Talisman race. But so what? Since the Divine Talisman race was willing to trust him, Yi Xian had no reason not to trust them. Alright, Elder, I promise you. I am willing to protect everyone. I am willing to take everyone out with me. Boom. Suddenly, a ray of rainbow light descended from the sky. An extremely mysterious array formation condensed in midair. Countless rays of light converged on the array formation from all directions, then poured into Yi Xian's body from the array formation. The recognition of the Divine Talisman Tree. Yi Xian quickly absorbed the power of these divine talismans. The Divine Talisman Tree has recognized you. Elder Fu Yi seemed to be even more excited than Yi Xian. He was actually howling loudly. At this time, Yi Xian also heard the system notification. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the chain random mission. The recognition of the Divine Talisman Tree will not be rewarded for now. Ding! System notification. The Divine Talisman Tree's blessing has been detected. The system is automatically accepting it. Ding! System notification. The host's level is continuously increasing. Ding! System notification. The host's bloodline is continuously strengthening. Ding! System notification. The host's divine sense is continuously strengthening. Ding! System notification. The system is continuously repairing. Ding! System notification. The Divine Talisman Tree has bestowed a special blessing. The host's devouring space has been completely repaired. Ding! System notification. The Divine Talisman Tree has bestowed a special blessing. The host's devouring space has left behind a seed of the Divine Talisman Tree. Ding! System notification. According to the contract with the Divine Talisman Tree, the system will use a large amount of resources to nurture the seed of the Divine Talisman Tree. Does the host agree? Foliage *T. At this time, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He did not expect that there would be so many benefits. Even more so, he did not expect that the Divine Talisman Tree would actually want to sign a contract with him. Of course, even a fool would understand that this was a good thing. If he, Yi Xian, were to reject it, he would be worse than a fool. Agree, I allow the contract to be signed. Ding! The host has authorized the contract to be signed. From now on, half of the experience points that the host devours will be used to nurture the seed of the Divine Talisman Tree. Ding! The Divine Talisman Tree has bestowed upon the host a special identity. The host has obtained a special title, the Divine Talisman Protector. Ding! The host has obtained a special title. The host's rune skills have increased by 1 level. The host is now a high-level rune master. Ding. According to the contract, the divine talisman tree has bestowed upon the host the 10 ancient ancestral talismans. The system has automatically accepted. Ding. According to the contract, the divine talisman tree has bestowed upon the host a special item, one of the 10 ancient ancestral talismans, the clone ancestral talisman. Clone ancestral talisman. The host can use the clone ancestral talisman to instantly create 10,000 clones of the same level and strength as the host. In addition, this ancestral talisman can only be used once. Ding. The divine talisman tree's blessing has ended. The host's level has stopped increasing. The host's current level is the 9th level profound god realm. In one breath, he had leveled up so many times. This unexpected surprise shocked Xian to the point that he was speechless. However, could he really take so many benefits for free? Obviously not. Ding. System notification. The host has signed a contract with the divine talisman tree. From now on, not only the Xianxia tribe, but the entire divine talisman race will be under the host's protection. At the same time, if there are special circumstances, the system will forcibly transport the host to the required location through the contract. The system's last notification finally revealed the price of signing a contract with the divine talisman tree. In other words, Xian would be bound to the divine talisman race from now on. He had found a burden for himself to carry on his back. Of course, this burden was actually not that heavy for Xian, because there was a seed of the divine talisman tree in the devouring space. At worst, he could just absorb the divine talisman race into the devouring space. After all, as long as there was the divine talisman tree, it didn't matter where they stayed. Chapter 2257. Since Wei Zhentian isn't a living creature, that's why he can be summoned. If old Shu and the Azura Ghost Sovereign are still in the space, it shouldn't be possible. Xian thought for a moment, then decided to let Wei Zhentian scout the way first. Wei Zhentian turned into a thin needle and chose the first path to pass through. Through sharing his vision, Xian could clearly see that there were mechanical arms all along the way. Moreover, the journey was long and not something an ordinary person could pass through. This labyrinth of mechanisms extends in all directions. I wonder where the exit is. Xian felt a headache coming on. Although Wei Zhentian could deal with this mechanical arm, he still needed to do something in order to use the immortal devouring system to draw a map. Since he couldn't use the void eyes here, he could only wait for Wei Zhentian to find the exit before coming back and going through it again. This step took quite a while, but it was only half a day. After that, Wei Zhentian spent another half a day to return and once again transformed into the profound god battle armor and put it on Xian's body. Next, it was Xian's turn to move. If Xian, who was a grade 2 immortal sovereign, was allowed to pass through. Using the Skyfire 3 profound change could temporarily raise Xian to a grade 5 immortal sovereign. However, the Skyfire 3 profound change had a duration. Once the duration passed, Xian would fall back to a grade 2 immortal sovereign. However, after wearing the profound god battle armor, it was different. There doesn't seem to be a place to rest along the way. After using the Skyfire 3 profound change, I'll try my best to hurry up. When the Skyfire 3 profound change cools down, I can only be beaten up by these mechanical arms. Xian thought. If there was a place to rest along the way, it would be easy. However, there wasn't one along the way, so he could only be beaten up. This could be considered a rest. Xian, who possessed the profound god battle armor and the bloodline of the immortal divine phoenix, shouldn't have a problem withstanding these attacks. After mentally preparing himself, Xian immediately took action. With a stride, he charged into the labyrinth. Xian, who was wearing the profound god battle armor and using the Skyfire 3 profound change, was extremely fast. He easily avoided these obstacles and advanced according to the map in the immortal devouring system. However, the duration of the Skyfire 3 profound change quickly passed, causing Xian's speed to drop. Bam! 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 Muffled sounds rang out as Xian was hit by the mechanical arm and bounced around like a ball. Fortunately, the profound god battle armor was extremely hard. Coupled with the recovery speed of the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian was able to endure it. After a period of time. Skyfire 3 Profound Change, Third Form. Yi Xian once again used the Skyfire 3 Profound Change, then began to sprint once more. After a few tries, he finally left the labyrinth. However, it was already 2 days later. Adding the day that Wei Zhentian used, it was 3 days. In these 2 days, Yi Xian didn't know how many times he'd been beaten up, but fortunately he'd already left the labyrinth. If even I have such a hard time, then those 8th and 9th grade immortal sovereigns probably won't be able to pass, right? Yi Xian thought. However, he couldn't care less. The lives of those people had nothing to do with him. This path was chosen by the other party. Moreover, the other party might not have come in yet. After passing through the labyrinth, Yi Xian sized up his new environment. This place was very spacious, as if he was in a large hall. There was only one mechanical puppet in front of him. "Young man, defeat this puppet and you can pass." A voice entered Yi Xian's ears. "Who's talking?" Yi Xian asked in astonishment. "Young man, as long as you defeat it, you will be able to see me. At that time, you will know who I am." The voice rang out in the hall again. "Since that's the case, then let's destroy it." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, system analysis. This puppet definitely had a flaw, and with how powerful the immortal grade devouring system was, it shouldn't be a problem for it to find a flaw. At this moment, the puppet also began to move. Its speed was very fast, and it was at least at the immortal emperor level. Yi Xian also recalled that the labyrinth from before should be at the immortal emperor level. However, it was better to solve this problem first. Ding! Analysis successful. Without waiting for the puppet to rush over, the system prompted. The vital point of this puppet was a certain point on its back. As long as it was hit hard, it could be defeated. Yi Xian didn't waste any words. He directly took out the Li Fire Immortal Sword and charged forward while wearing the profound god battle armor. Clang! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another in the Great Hall. Right now, Yi Xian was unable to use the Skyfire 3 Profound Change, so he could only rely on the profound god battle armor to fight the puppet. Of course, he was always the one who was beaten up during the battle. However, after the Skyfire 3 Profound Change cooled down, he directly exploded. Skyfire 3 Profound Change, Third Form. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation rose from a Grade 2 Immortal Sovereign to a Grade 5 Immortal Sovereign. Immediately after, he quickly used the Eye of Assassination to arrive at the back of the puppet and stabbed out with his sword. This sword had accurately pierced into the puppet's vital point, without missing a single inch. In the next moment, the puppet instantly disintegrated. "Young man, you are not bad. Originally, I set it to be a battle of the same level, but I didn't expect that you would dare to enter my ruins without being an immortal emperor. You have truly impressed me." The mysterious voice rang out. "Senior, you flatter me." Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. "Put this puppet away. I deliberately left that vital point behind. Otherwise, with your strength, it would be impossible for you to defeat it." Following the meaning of the voice, Yi Xian hurriedly put away the puppet that had already disintegrated into pieces. He could tell that this was a good thing. "Through that door you can find me." Immediately, Yi Xian quickly walked through the door in front of him. After he passed through, he saw the shadow of a middle-aged man standing in front of him. "Greetings, senior," Yi Xian hurriedly said. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "This ruin was casually built by me, but I have left behind my life's absolute arts here. You have already passed 2 stages, and as long as you pass 1 more stage, you will be able to obtain my inheritance." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Taoist Master Ling Exen. I don't know if I'm still alive, but this is just a remnant of my will. If you can obtain my inheritance, then you can try to find me. I might take you in as my disciple." The middle-aged man said. "Taoist Master Ling Exen?" Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. What kind of title was that? If this middle-aged man was still an immortal emperor, then he would probably call himself Immortal Emperor Ling Xian or something like that.